3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
check 1 2. Mic check 1 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Hanover Raceway. I'm Katie Hillier. I'm joined here by Woodbine Mohawk Park's own Monique Vague. Thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon, Monique.
Thank you for having me. It's an amazing initiative, my first time being here, and what a way to be here. I'm so excited for this event. I know it's such a fantastic initiative, so thank you guys for having me.
We're certainly very excited to have you. Obviously, today we have our OLG Women's Driving Championship happening, taking place for races 1 through 5. This is just part 1 of this championship. Part 2 will take place tomorrow at Dresden Raceway for their first 5 races as well. Monique, what are your thoughts on this very unique event here today?
It's an amazing initiative. I always touch on how fantastic the driving colony is in general and just the female talent, and it's an amazing opportunity to be able to showcase it. It's a little bit different on the thoroughbred side where, you know, a lot of our female jockeys end up getting that type of recognition, but on the harness, I mean, it's tough to say the word archaic, but I feel like having this type of opportunity, I know you can totally agree, in just having that representation of females in general, I think is just the best possible thing for our sport. So any way I can help out in this initiative and you know, being here is just, I think, one step in the right direction, and I'm just so excited for what can possibly come.
Me too, and I'm so excited to work with you here this afternoon. I think this is going to be a great event, and we hope that it continues on and everyone has a lot of fun here today. On top of our Women's Driving Championship, we also have a silent auction running here just for today. It's been running all week. It will end here this afternoon at approximately 6 p.m. You can still bid on all of our products. We have an almost $2,000 pearl necklace you can bid on. And if you go to our website, or the website for it, which you can see at the top there, is 32auctions.com/Hanover2021. So that is open till 6 o'clock tonight. All of the proceeds are going to the Canadian Cancer Society for cervical cancer. So you can definitely get in on that. Also, if you're joining us here today at Hanover Raceway, there are people taking cash donations on trackside and in the backstretch for all the horse people as well. Looking also today, we also we also have a Survivor Challenge sponsored by COSA, where it's a $500 pool. It's going to be a combined Survivor with the first 5 races here today and the 5 races at Dresden tomorrow. So, you know, I think that's another unique part of this event here today, Monique.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fantastic idea, of course, and it should be a good handle. It's a fantastic time to be able to handicap races like this and be able to do it. So, and of course, with that silent auction, I have my eyes on quite a few things.
So do I.
Oh, well, that's not a good thing. We got to talk a little bit off camera on what you want.
I know we're gonna have to see who gets what, I guess. It's certainly a great event here this afternoon, and also all of the women drivers are donating all of their earnings today to the Canadian Cancer Society for cervical cancer, and tomorrow they're donating to for Harness for Hope, which is a local charity down near Dresden. Also today, because apparently we like to have an action-packed day here at Hanover, we also have our 2-year-old Colt Pacer Prospect Series. I'm also really looking forward to this today as well.
Me too. Always looking forward to seeing the stars of tomorrow, especially some. I know we have a bunch of those series as well, and it's just it's a challenging way to handicap and try to figure out who's going to be good to go first asking, and of course, you know, the greenness sometimes that comes with those first-time starters and horses that just are a little bit more inexperienced, but it's always great to see, you know, and have your eye on a couple of those stars and maybe get those good prices early on before they turn into those superstars, which we know some of them will.
Yeah, it's great. It can be really tough to handicap those 2-year-olds because it really can be anybody's game when they're that young, but it's certainly exciting to see where they start their careers and where they may or may not end up. So certainly I really like that as well. But let's move ahead to our race 1 selections. Monique, what are you thinking for race 1?
Ooh, so, I mean, I had a good time handicapping this Pick 5 sequence. Usually for me, in terms of doing my selections for Mohawk, I usually like to come in and see which horses are taking that early support. And some people will argue usually that late money is a really good telltale sign, but for me, early money, of course, is something that really just kind of dictates the tempo. And I can see right now the 1 and the 2 taking a bulk of, I'd say, the betting support. Same with the 7. For me, I went the direction of the 2-horse Face of War. Does have that experience on the circuit here at Hanover, and I thought it was a good effort in that most recent start, 1:59 and 2 time. And I think this one should be able to take that step forward in that opening leg here. What direction did you go in the opener?
I went I went kind of with everyone else, but I went with number 1 on top, Derby Dillon. The 11-year-old gelding has had a few good outings here at Hanover the last 2 weeks. He's been unable to find the winner's circle, though. Finished 3rd last week in 1:59 and 1, and 2nd 2 weeks back in 1:58 and 4. I think the Cassidy Schneider trainee with 21 lifetime wins definitely has the speed and the potential here to find the winner's circle here with Pam Forgey driving. Hopefully she'll be able to guide him to a winning check this afternoon.
The other one for me is the 7, Tell Us More. I think this one should be able to show off that early speed. I think that'll really come in handy in here. If this one's able to get to the front, dictate the tempo, I think it'll be really tough to beat. And of course, got Natasha Day on board, which we always love to see.
Yes, she's definitely a regular here at Hanover Raceway. Every week we love having her, and we definitely are very excited to have all these other women joining us here this afternoon. Hopefully everyone handicapped well this afternoon. We're now going to send it to Hanover Mayor Sue Patterson with a welcome message to everyone here.
Hello everyone, I'm Sue Patterson, Mayor of Hanover. It is indeed an honor to welcome you to the Hanover Raceway and to this very special event, the 2021 OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Although horse racing remains a largely male-dominated sport, women continue to break down barriers, proving that gender does not define skill, strength, or ability. This championship showcases many of the best female drivers in Ontario, and it gives every young girl an opportunity to see that competing is open to everyone. Congratulations to all.
Garnet Barnsdale here from DRF Harness. Honored to provide a ticket for the first ever all-women's driver pick 5 at Hanover Raceway today. Starting in race 1, I'm going to go 2 deep. Gets major post relief here. He's got excellent gate speed, and I think Maggie Jones is going to put him right on the engine here. So number 2, Face of War, is my top pick. The second one I'm going to use is Derby Dillon. Derby Dillon and Pam Forgey draw the best post here. He should be in the hunt throughout and might even be a pocket rocket in the stretch. Race 2, I'm going to go 4 deep here, starting with number 6, EL Wild Sport. I thought he raced tough, uncovered on the outside last week. He might be able to clear to the front here, starting with his nose back on the gate. He got my top call. Number 2, PDQ Hanover's another who's likely heading for the front if he stays flat today. I think he's a pick 5 must use. Number 5, Beach Appeal, comes in off a sharp effort and is another good one to use in the pick 5. And finally, number 7, Zipper Sweater is sharp. Post 7 is going to provide a little bit of a challenge, but you could get some value if Zipper Sweater can take race 2. Moving over to race 3, I'm 3 deep, starting with number 2, EL Lonely Charlie, who had a terrible parked out trip last week, and understandably he tired at the end, but from an inside post, he has a good chance to lead these all the way. Number 3, Beef and Cheddar, comes off a similarly tough trip. I think he should be better here, starting from the inside, so I'm using him as well. And finally, number 4, Kieran, who got a perfect trip when he beat Easier, but he's still not out of this today, so 3 deep in race 3. Moving over to race 4, I'm also 3 deep, starting with number 1, Together We Run. I think Together We Run should use rail control here, and her mission will likely be to hold off number 2, Saboni, the likely pocket sitter, who raced really well at Clinton last week. Number 4, Runaway Heiress, made a huge late charge last week at Clinton, and she could pass them all today if the pace is honest. Finally, race 5, this is where we're going to get my single here. Number 3, SOS, No Stopping Me Now. To me, is clearly the fastest horse in the race. I think he goes to the front and leads these all the way. So my ticket goes like this. Starting in race 1, it's 1-2 with 2, 5, 6, 7, with 2, 4, with 1, 2, 4, with 3. And that ticket for 20 cents costs an economical $14.40. Enjoy all the action today at the Women's Driving Championships at Hanover Raceway.
Thank you so much to Mayor Sue Patterson for that lovely video, and we hope everyone joining us here today has a wonderful afternoon. It's turned out to be a beautiful day here with the sun peeking through, and it's quite warm, so we hope you all have a great day here. But we were just kind of looking at Garnett's selections there, and Monique, you somewhat disagree with some of his picks.
Yeah, so always like that friendly little competition.
Yes.
It's always good to, and you and I were talking a little bit off camera too. It's always great. It's great when we agree in terms of handicappers having the same top selection, but it's way more fun when we disagree. And I see Garnet found a single in the sequence, and I was not lucky enough to be able to find a single. There were some legs I wish I went a little bit deeper in, but when you can't find a single, you know how costly the ticket ends up getting.
Certainly.
So I tried to keep it manageable, of course. horse and still should yield a nice return on investment if I'm able to cash in there. But in race 5, I see Garnet Barnsdale's all in on that 3 horse. And I mean, could be a major player in here coming in off of a runner-up finish in the most recent. But I went the direction of the 8 horse Easy Flyer. I think this is one that could be primed for a big effort. And you touched on trainer Cassidy Schneider, and this is another one I think could make for a really good day for that one, for that trainer, of course, and connections of Natasha Day driving. This is just someone I think could be primed for a big effort, like I said. I mean, it can be a little bit difficult from that outside draw, but hopefully he's able to show a little bit more speed early on and notch that second victory of 2021.
Certainly, I like when when we agree. It's always great, but when there's that competition, it's kind of nice when we can kind of have that. Haha, I picked the winner and you didn't. But sometimes that doesn't work out for either of us. But it's certainly nice to have that competition amongst everybody. But good luck with all your picks today, and we will join you here before race 2.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Hanover Raceway on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Welcome to the inaugural OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship, part of today's 10-race program. Here are the changes as we have them so far on today's 10-race card. We start in race number 1, and more just a technical note that Julie Walker drives number 5 in the first race, that being Bad Boy Sproxy. Program list Julie S. Walker should be Julie A. Walker. Note that throughout today's program. Race number 2, bridle change on number 1, A Speedy Play, blinkers to blind. And once again, that note of Julie Walker on number 8. Same note in race number 3. Also the same note there in race number 4, another bridle change on number 5, Northern Prima, blinkers to blind. And the same note as we've mentioned in race number 5. Races 1 through 5 today. The first half of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. As we move to the back half of the program, races 6 through 10, there are no changes. First race post time today is 1:30. That is 17 minutes away. Don't miss out on getting in on the race number 1 pick 5 that starts there in pick 5 in race number 1. Guaranteed pool of $1,500. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of today's festivities, make sure to check out our online auction in support of the Canadian Cancer Society for Cervical Cancer. Go to our website, hanoverraceway.com, where you can place bids on some wonderful items. Over 20 different items available. The online auction will end this evening at 6 p.m. And once again, 100% of the proceeds will go to the Canadian Cancer Society for Cervical Cancer. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Hanover Raceway, home of the inaugural OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Thanks for being with us today. We welcome back our fans, increased capacity, of course, today, and we are happy to have you for what will be a fun day of harness racing. And as mentioned, you will see today the first leg of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. At this time, we'd like to introduce the field for the inaugural OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. From Trois-Rivières, Quebec, and with an impressive resume of 473 driving wins and over $2.2 million in earnings, please welcome Marie-Claude Auger. Hailing from the Gold Coast in Australia, and with 199 career North American wins and almost $1.3 million in earnings, a regular here at Hanover, please welcome Natasha Day. From her hometown of Skara, Sweden, now residing in Guelph, Ontario, with a career UDRS of 215, please welcome Marielle Engberg. From Godridge, Ontario, a very popular, long-time, successful trainer who recently got her driver's license and has 38 starts to her credit, please welcome Pam Forgy. From Midland, Ontario, and from a lifelong harness racing family, a lady who recorded her first ever driving win right here at Hanover back in 2018, please welcome Maggie Jones. Hailing from the small community of McGregor, Ontario, a popular trainer who has 68 career driving starts, please welcome Brittany Kennedy. Coming to us from Maidstone, Ontario, with 189 career wins and closing in on $700,000 in career earnings, please welcome Andrea Leon. And finally, from Owen Sound, Ontario, this lady's family are harness racing royalty here in the Grey Bruce area, which includes Hanover Raceway hosting her family's annual race each year. And she also recorded her first driving win right here at this oval. Please welcome Julie Walker. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, how about a round of applause for the competitors in the inaugural OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. The OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship makes up races 1 through 5 of today's program. The competition will continue tomorrow afternoon at Dresden Raceway. And ladies and gentlemen, for those of you with us on track, if you reference your racing program, in the center of the program today, you can find a bio and a little more on each of our drivers competing in the Ontario Women's Driving Championship. If you are watching along at home, head to our website, hanoverraceway.com. And that's where you can also download today's racing program. Horses beginning to make their way to the racetrack for this afternoon's first race. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to introduce Let's Leave 'Em and Sarah Town. They will be leading the post parades for all 5 of today's OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship races. Let's Leave 'Em, a former racehorse, is here with his owner, Sarah Town. Let's Leave 'Em was a winner of over $260,000 on the track and had his fair share of shining moments right here at Hanover Raceway. Back at a familiar stomping grounds in a new role. Please welcome Let's Leave 'Em and Sarah Town. And now it is time to meet the field for today's first race. Number 1 is Derby Dillon, owned by Colonel Schneider Jr., trained by Cassidy Schneider. The driver is Pam Forgy. Next up, number 2, Face of War, owned and trained by Scott Friend. The driver, Maggie Jones. 3 is Deb's New Man, owned by William Durkin and Dylan Jackson, trained by Larry Fitzsimmons. The driver is Britt Kennedy. Number 4, Dinoc Don Perdy, is owned and trained by Debbie O'Brien Moran. The driver is Andrea Leon. Next up, number 5, Bad Boy Sproxy, owned and trained by John Braid. The driver, Julie Walker. 6 is Stars Above, owned by Kurt Harper and Bria Harper, trained by Carrie Saunders. The driver, Marie-Claude Auger. 7, Tell Us More, is owned and trained by Jim Wilson. The driver, Natasha Day. And to complete the field, number 8 is West Ridge Warrior, owned by Nicole Davies, trained by Paul Davies. And in the sulky is Marielle Enberg. That's your field for this afternoon's first race. First leg, first division of the Ontario Women's Driving Championship presented by OLG. Daily double, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 5 wagering all available. Don't forget, the pick 5 has a guaranteed pool of $1,500. Pacers will be called to the gate for race 1 in just a few minutes. As we get set for today's first race, we'd like to direct you in your racing program. Just behind race number 1, you will find a score sheet for the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. It also explains how points will be awarded in each and every race. Of course, there are 10 races in total in this driving championship. 5 here today at Hanover and 5 more tomorrow at Dresden. Points will be awarded on an 8-7-6-5-4-3-2-1 basis of order of finish. So, of course, if you finish first, you will receive the maximum 8 points. You can follow along, as we will be sure to give you the rundowns from each and every race. And you can tally along on your score sheet, which can be found in the racing program just after race 1. Now less than a minute away from this afternoon's opener. 3-2 favorite, number 2, Face of War. Early money was coming in on the 1, Derby Dillon. Currently the second choice at 2-1. Horses and drivers have been called into the starting gate. Final chance to wager on this afternoon's first race from here at Hanover Raceway. Race number 1, the first leg, first division of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. From the inside out, Derby Dillon and Pam Forgy. Face of War, Maggie Jones. Deb's New Man, Britt Kennedy. Danak Dom Parity, Andrea Leon. Bad Boy Sproxy, Julie Walker. Stars Above, Marie-Claude Auger. Tell Us More, Natasha Day. And in the second tier, Westridge Warrior and Mariel Enberg. Starting gate to the top of the stretch. It's a field of 8, picking up speed, and here they come. They're off and pacing. Face of War times it perfectly and charges out to the early lead. Derby Dillon cuts the corner as Deb's new man will push around to settle into the 2-hole. On the outside into the first turn, that is Stars Above, looking to settle in 5th. Tell Us More got away well from that outside starting spot. Then we go to Danak Don Perty, followed by Westridge Warrior, and at the rear of the field is Bad Boy Sproxy. Up front, it is Face of War leading the way by a length and a half. Parked to the opening quarter is Stars Above, as they'll race past the opening quarter in 29 seconds flat. On to the turn, and your leader is Face of War. It'll be a long journey for Stars Above. Racing at the inside third is Deb's new man, 2 lengths back to Derby Dillon. Coming to the outside now is Tell Us More in 5th. 6th is Danak Don Perty, followed by Westridge Warrior. And the trailer is Bad Boy Sproxy. Swinging into the lane for the first time, and Face of War is fronting this field of 8, coming to the midway point, leading it by a couple of lengths. Deb's new man is in second. Stars Above will have to continue grinding away. The half was 59 seconds flat, 30 seconds even in that second split, and into the turn they go. Face of War continuing to front the field. Deb's new man in second has been getting a pretty nice journey. Followed in behind is Derby Dillon. Now looking to go 3 deep. That is Tell Us More. As finding a little more, though, is Stars Above. Then we go back, racing in 6th to Westridge Warrior. To the outside, Danak Don Perty, and the trailer is Bad Boy Sproxy. Face of War has been the face of this field to 3/4. About to be confronted now. 3/4, 129 and 2. Into the final turn they go. And Tell Us More made that big move in the third quarter and is now up on even terms with Face of War. Face of War at the inside, Tell Us More on the outside. Deb's new man has been getting a great ride and is now 3 deep coming off the final turn. Westridge Warrior back there in 4th. They swing for home. It's Face of War looking to go the distance. Tell Us More. Deb's new man in behind looking for room. Westridge Warrior. Face of War goes coast to coast and takes the opener. Tight for second between Westridge Warrior and Tell Us More. It's Face of War in 2 minutes and 2/5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the winner of this afternoon's first race, number 2, Face of War, 7-year-old gelding, owned and trained by Scott Friend. First win in 6 starts this year. That is career win 15 for the winner of over now $130,000. And driven to victory by Maggie Jones, who strikes first in the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Face of War stops the clock in 2 minutes and 2/5. To take this afternoon's first race. Winner's Circle presentation, a special gift being handed out by Hanover Raceway's Tony Elliott. We'd like to give a significant shout out to an anonymous female donor who donated the gifts for all 5 OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship races here this afternoon. A big thank you. Now back in front of us, Face of War and Maggie Jones taking the first race. Top 4 posted here in race number 1. It's 2873, 2873. Race 1 is now official. Number 2, Face of War, returned $6, $4, $2.30. The 8, Westridge Warrior, $34.20, $14. And the 7, Tell Us More, $5.10. $2 Exacta 2.8 returned $103.20. The dollar Try 287 returned $463.40. And the 20-cent Superfecta 287 all pays $261.42. There's the order of finish from race number 1, top to bottom. 5-1-4, 8-6, 7-3-2. And once again, points are awarded 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So if you finish first in this driving championship, you'll receive 8 points. So if you can convert your rundown to your score sheet, which you can find just after race 1, you can follow along. We'll be sure to pass along an update of the standings as today's action continues.
Great Bruce's favorite country. Country 93. Great Bruce's.
Congratulations to Face of War and all the connections there with an impressive win here this afternoon. You obviously picked correctly for race number 1. I went with number 1. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting the name's already. Derby Dillon, but unfortunately, Face of War. Well, not unfortunately, but Face of War definitely beat everyone by quite a long shot, but very impressive. Congratulations on your win there.
So we were touching on it. It's always great to get that first one out of the way too. So it's always a little added bit of pressure in order to perform and obviously try to give out those winning picks. But yeah, it was that Face of War was able to get to the front end, control it from there, and good to go. Race really big. And also the 8 West Ridge Warrior. Oh, West Ridge Warrior. That was a tongue twister.
Yes, it is.
Clearly put on there for me to stutter on that name. But race really big out of post 8. We were touching on how difficult obviously that outside post is to work with in post 8. But raced really well.
Yeah, and definitely finishing with a 17-1 odds. It paid very well for all those who handicapped him to do very well here this afternoon. But let's move on to race number 2, non-winners of 2,500. What was your go at with race number 2?
So looking at the odds board, I don't think I have as strong of a read on this particular race as I did the opener. For me, there were a couple in here that really intrigued me. The 6-horse EL Wild Sport, one that I think could be primed for another big effort, had post 8 to work with in the most recent. So I think getting a little bit of post relief in here. And I can see Garnet Barnesdale, Mike Proposy agreeing with me. My Mohawk faithful are excited to see that. It looks like we've all done a little bit of handicapping together, inadvertently maybe. But that's someone I think could be sitting on a big effort and have raced really well in that most recent start. So putting that one on top.
Certainly. I went really out in left field with this race. I don't know, something about number 3 really spoke to me. He hasn't had the best of luck in the last few weeks. He finished second in Clinton on July 4th, but he definitely has the speed and the competitiveness to do well amongst this class, and he's dropping in class as well. So I think even though he seems to be the worst on the board as of right now, I don't know. Sometimes I just see things in the horses that everyone else may or may not agree with me. I may be proven wrong here this afternoon, but that's probably best. But I think Premier Kane definitely might have a chance to hit the leaderboard at least here this afternoon.
Yeah, and I always, when I look at the odds board and it's not like playing out the way that I expected, I always just say it's still early. There's still lots of time. We know late money's going to be coming in on my horse, but I think you might be onto something here. This one's definitely set to improve, and that miscue in that most recent start, that seems to be, at least based on looking at this, you can see two X's on the line, but it doesn't seem to be characteristic for him, so it could be primed for a big effort in here, and any horse at a sports rider usually catches our attention too, so I think could be someone at a big price. Right now, cut in half, 14-1, so there you go. Certainly. You might be onto something.
Yep. So good luck with your picks here this afternoon in the race number 2.
Horses beginning to make their way onto the track for this afternoon's second race. Here's another look at Let's Leave 'Em, and Sarah Town will continue to lead the post parades for races 1 through 5. Race number 2, first leg, second division of the Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Number 1, A Speedy Play, is owned by Daryl and Gerald Holmes, trained by Daryl Holmes. The driver is Marie-Claude Auger. 2 is PDQ Hanover, owned by Rick Ryer, trained by Rebecca Geisel, and driven by Nat Day. 3 is Premier Kane, owned by Ellie Bale and Jeff Boyd, trained by Melissa Lamoureux. The driver is Marielle Engberg. Number 4 is Betty on the Beach, owned by 8th Line Investments, trained by Brian Dunbar. The driver is Pam Forgy. Next up is number 5, Beach Appeal, owned and trained by Jeffrey Williamson. In the sulky is Maggie Jones. 6 is EL Wild Sport, owned by James Edward Lewis, trained by Tim Jacobson. At the controls is Britt Kennedy. Number 7 is Zipper Sweater, owned by Denurban Stables and Osceola Stables. Carmen Osceola trains, Andrea Leon drives. And completing this field, number 8 is Joey Delicious, owned by JJS Stables, trained by Ricky Montgomery. The driver is Julie Walker. And that's your field of 8 for this afternoon's second race, second division of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering all available. Pacers for the second will be called to the gate in just a couple of minutes. Still time to wager on this afternoon's second race. One race into this OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship, and Maggie Jones is drawing first blood, jumping out to an early lead, picking up 8 points for that victory in race number 1. In order for her to double up, it would take a bit of an upset here. She sits behind number 5, Beach Appeal, currently 17-1. Andrea Leon drives number 7, Zipper Sweater, slight favorite at 2-1. She'll look to increase her points total after picking up just a single point in that first race. Wings of the starting gate are now open. Final chance to wager on this afternoon's second from here at Hanover. It's a field of 8 for our second race. From the inside out, A Speedy Play, Marie-Claude Auger. PDQ Hanover, Natasha Day. Premier Kane, Marielle Engberg. Betty on the Beach, Pam Forgy. Beach Appeal, Maggie Jones. EL Wild Sport, Britt Kennedy. Zipper Sweater, Andrea Leon. And in the second tier, it's Joey Delicious and Julie Walker. It's a field of 8 for race number 2. Starting gate swings into the stretch. The Pacers are picking up speed, and here they come. They're off and pacing at the inside. PDQ Hanover comes away well, wide into the first turn. As they drive there is Beach Appeal. Splitting between horses is Betty on the Beach. Down at the inside was Premier Kane. First turn, we did have a miscue made there. As going off stride, that was Zipper Sweater. They're into the backstretch first time. And your leader, it is Natasha Day and PDQ Hanover. Premier Kane in second. Betty on the Beach on the outside third. Racing in fourth is Beach Appeal. Then it's a Speedy Play in fifth. 2 lengths back to EL Wild Sport, who is followed by Joey Delicious, and that first turn miscue has Zipper Sweater well behind. The opening quarter was 29-1. PDQ Hanover and Natasha Day lead it. Premier Kane and Mayoral Enberg race in second. Beach Appeal and Maggie Jones inside third. On the outside, it's Betty on the Beach and Pam Forgy. A Speed Play and Marie-Claude Auger are back there in fifth. Then we go to EL Wild Sport and Britt Kennedy. To the outside comes Joey Delicious and Julie Walker. And the trailer is Zipper Sweater and Andrea Leon. They race past the half. Slight advantage here for Premier Kane on the outside. 1 minute and 2/5, your half-mile clocking. Pacers go into the turn, and at the inside it is PDQ Hanover engaged in a confrontation here with Premier Kane, and these two are going to slug it out as they swing into the backstretch. Beach Appeal inside third. On the outside is Betty on the Beach, and behind that rival a Speedy Play. Staying along the cones, that is EL Wild Sport, who's making up a bit of ground, closing in on the front. Staying at the inside as well as Joey Delicious. 3 wide now. Beach Appeal looking to make a big move. 3 across at 3/4 in 131-1. PDQ Hanover. Premier Kane in the center. Going out wide there was Beach Appeal. Now slipping through comes a Speedy Play for Marie-Claude Auger as they will turn for home. PDQ Hanover and Premier Kane, they have had an intense battle, and as they turn for home, Premier Kane's got the jump, leading it by 1.5 lengths. Now has to fight off a Speedy Play on the outside. Premier Kane and a Speedy Play. These two coming down to the line, and it was Premier Kane holding on. A Speedy Play finishes second. EL Wild Sport was third. Time of the mile, 2:02-1. Top 4 posted unofficially here in race number 2. Your unofficial winner, number 3, Premier Kane. Second, number 1, a Speedy Play. Third, number 6, EL Wild Sport. And fourth, number 2, PDQ Hanover. 3-1-6-2 here in this afternoon's second. Coming back in front of the grandstand and heading towards our infield winner's circle, the winner of this afternoon's second race, number 3, Premier Kane. 3-year-old colt by Sports Writer, owned by Ellie Bale and Jeff Boyd, trained by Melissa Lamoureux, and driven to victory by Mayoral Enberg. Career victory number 1 for Premier Kane. It's a maiden breaking score of 2:02-1. And for Mayoral Enberg, picked up a second in our first division, and now finds the winner's circle, so jumps out to the lead here early on in the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Winner's circle presentation for race number 2 is being made by our general manager here at Hanover Raceway, Steve Fitzsimmons, and Dresden Raceway's Gary Patterson. We welcome Gary this afternoon as Dresden Raceway will play host to the second leg of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship tomorrow afternoon. Race number 2 is now official. Number 3, Premier Kane, returns 880, 550, 390. The 1, A Speedy Play, 550, 380. And the 6, EL Wild Sport, 230. $2 exacta 3-1 paid 58.90. The dollar try 316 returns $104.70. Dollar superfecta 3162, $203.85. And your $2 early daily double 2-3. Your winning numbers returns $11.30. We will pass along the rundown in just a couple of moments, but before we get to that, I'd like to send things down to the winner's circle and hand it over to our general manager, Steve Fitzsimmons.
Thank you very much, Mark, and what a pleasure it is to see a huge crowd on hand this afternoon to see the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship and, of course, our Prospects Series a little bit later on. And Gary Patterson from Dresden is with me. Of course, they take over after today, and they will host the OLG Championship tomorrow when we have the championship awarded. But Gary, we've got a lot of industry support that we need to thank some of the people in the industry who have come behind this event.
Yeah, without a doubt, Fitz. So ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what happened here, we had a symposium here earlier in the year, right here at Hanover Raceway, and Steve Fitzsimmons suggested, he said, hey, what about Women Drivers Championship and get all the tracks on board? Well, you know what? We jumped up. Ontario Racing stepped up, said, what a great idea. OLG, same thing. What a great idea. And they put some support, financial, and as well as some advertising support behind it. So it's a wonderful idea, great incentive that we have here, starting at Hanover Raceway. And again, it was perfect that we start here because this is where the idea was born, right here at Hanover Raceway with Steve Fitzsimmons. And you know what? It's a great idea. And folks, I don't even know if you know this, but we also today, continuing with the great theme of female drivers, we have 3 female judges today as well in the stand, and they're doing a great job. So it's a great incentive and for the drivers and just for everyone to be here, Fitz.
It's nice to shine a spotlight on a underserviced part of our business that's been overlooked for far too long, and it's great that we're able to do this, and I hope it leads to a lot bigger things down the line. But we'll start with a championship tomorrow, and maybe we'll have more tracks join us next year. We'll see how it goes. But everyone, thank you for your support here and at home as well. Thanks a lot.
And thank you very much, Steve and Gary. There's a look at the photo from race number 2 as it was Premier Kane holding on for the narrow victory over number 1, A Speedy Play. Here is the order of finish from race number 2. Number 1, A Speedy Play, was second. Number 2, PDQ Hanover, fourth. Number 3, Premier Kane, the winner. Number 4, Betty on the Beach, was 7th placed 6th. Number 5, Beach Appeal, was 6th placed 8th. Number 6, EL Wild Sport, was 3rd. Number 7, Zipper Sweater, was 8th placed 7th. And number 8, Joey Delicious, was 5th. So top to bottom, 2, 4, 1, 7P6, 6P8, 3, 8P7, 5, and we will pass along updated standings through 2 divisions of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship in just a moment.
Premier Kane pulling off quite an impressive victory here this afternoon. Clearly I picked well for race number 2. A little bit of an out there shot, I guess, because no one else even had him on in the top 4. But you know, sometimes that little bit of an out of crazy play can sometimes definitely benefit for those people.
And see, you got extra bragging rights. No one had this one in the top 4, and this one straight on top. And you made some pretty good cases too. And for me, what was most important was being able to see this horse mind his manners. And I think ultimately that really led him to put forth a really solid effort and a really good bounce back effort, for lack of better terms. So nice pick.
Thank you very much. Sometimes I pick well, sometimes I don't. But moving on to race number 3, we have non-winners of $6,000 lifetime. what was your picks here for race number 3, Monique?
A similar approach to you. The two that just jumped off the page right away were the 3 Beef and Cheddar and the 4 Kieran. I landed on the 4-horse Kieran, and for me, the reason I put this one on top was you can look through a couple of those starts and see excuses. July the 4th had post 8 to work with, difficult trip in that particular start, but is coming in off of a victory in the most recent. So I think if this one's able to show quite a bit of speed in this particular spot, maybe work out a pocket trip or be able to dictate the tempo from the front end, I think it's really going to do this one wonders. And we all know how much a win can do for a horse's confidence. So I'm hoping this one can build off that success.
Certainly, I do agree with number 3 and 4 definitely being the 2 that jump off the page. I put 3 on top. Unfortunately, he's not seen the leaderboard in his last few starts at Grand River, but he definitely has that speed of finishing in 158, 150, 156, and 4. I thought a time like that on this track would definitely he would do very, very well, and that he's clearly got the speed. But I think in this field, it is a class drop for him as well. So I think he definitely could see the winner's circle and pick up his 2nd win of the season here this afternoon.
And what we do like to see is 2 races in the Women's Drivers' Challenge and 2 different winners.
Yeah, certainly. And we will update you on the standings after race number 3.
Horses stepping out onto the track for this afternoon's 3rd race, leading the post parade once again. It's Let's Leave 'em and Sarah Town. Race number 3, Pacers for a purse of $6,000. First leg, third division of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Leading the post parade, number 1, One Drink a Go, owned by Heather Pickett, Christopher Jewett, and John Gray, trained by Heather Pickett and driven by Natasha Day. Next up, number 2 is EL Lonely Charlie, owned by James Edward Lewis, trained by Tim Jacobson. The driver is Mariel Engberg. 3 is Beef and Cheddar, owned by Matthew Chappell, trained by Cassidy Schneider. The driver is Pam Forgy. 4 is Kieran, owned by Joan Henhock, trained by Albert Smith. In the sulky is Maggie Jones. Number 5 is Go Gals Card Trick, owned and trained by John Braid. The driver is Brittany Kennedy. 6 is Joe's Credit. Jim Wilson owns. Corey Fuller trains. The driver is Andrea Leon. 7 is Keep It in Perspective, owned by Stacy Newman and JJJ Stables. Paul Meegans trains. The driver is Julie Walker. And from the second tier, number 8, Another Star is Born. Michael Pattison is the owner-trainer, and the driver is Marie-Claude Auger. That's your field of 8 for this afternoon's third race. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta wagering all available. Pacers and drivers will be called to the starting gate in just a few minutes. As we get set for race number 3, we can update you on the standings for the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Jumping out to the early lead is Mariel Enberg. Picked up a second in race 1, and then most recently there in race number 2, guided Premier Kane to the 202-1 score. 15 points has Mariel Enberg in first. After that, we've got a tie for second with Natasha Day and Britt Kennedy, each with 11 points. Moving down the standings, Marie-Claude Auger and Maggie Jones, each with 9. Pam Forgy and Julie Walker, each with 7 points. And Andrea Leon has 3. So we're 2 races in to what is a 10-race driving championship. 5 races here today at Hanover, 5 tomorrow at Dresden Raceway. And as the day moves along, we'll be sure to display those standings and keep you up to date. 2-minute warning has been issued for race number 3. Here's your 2-minute warning as we get set for this afternoon's third. Now less than a minute away from race number 3. You're running out of time to get your wagers in. Less than a minute away from the third. Last call for race 3 wagers. Field of 8 approaching the starting gate. From the inside out, we've got One Drink a Go and Natasha Day, EL Lonely Charlie, Mariel Engberg, Beef and Cheddar, Pam Forgy, Kieran and Maggie Jones, Go Gals Card Trick, Britt Kennedy, Joe's Credit, Andrea Leon, Keeping It in Perspective, Julie Walker, and from the second tier, Another Star is Born and Marie-Claude Auger. It's post time for race number 3 from Hanover Raceway. Starting gate reaches the top of the stretch. The Pacers are picking up speed, and here they come. They're off and pacing. Beef and Cheddar splitting out of there and hustling, looking to get to the front. Into the first turn, 1 drink ago, and EL Lonely Charlie. They're holding ground, keeping Beef and Cheddar out there 3 wide. Getting away 4th is Kieran. Then racing into 5th from the second tier, Another Star is Born. Joe's Credit got away 6th. 7th is Keeping It in Perspective, and the early trailer is Go Gals Card Trick. Now getting to the front, that is Beef and Cheddar. Had to work for it here in the opening quarter, but will clear and touches down on the lead through an opening quarter of 27-3. A hot opening split there, and Beef and Cheddar doesn't get across to the pylons, and EL Lonely Charlie will reclaim command. EL Lonely Charlie now the leader. Beef and Cheddar is in second. 1 drink ago is racing in third. Then we go back as they swing into the lane for the first time to Kieran in fourth. Getting a good look at the Pacers as they pass us coming to the half. It's EL Lonely Charlie and Beef and Cheddar. 1 drink ago watches from in third. Kieran is fourth. Then it's Another Star is Born in fifth. Joe's Credit followed by Keeping It in Perspective, and Go Gals Card Trick is the trailer. The half was 57-1. Hot tempo here as EL Lonely Charlie has got the lead by about a length and a quarter. Beef and Cheddar on the outside continues to plug away and isn't going anywhere. Then it is 1 drink ago, about 3 from the front in third. Backing up a bit now is Kieran as Another Star is Born was patient in the early going, moves to the outside and is into fourth. Keeping It in Perspective is following that path on the outside, but the battle rages on up at the front. 3/4 time, 1:27-1. Beef and Cheddar, not a big fan of that turn, and now backs up into third as EL Lonely Charlie has got the lead. 1 drink ago, looking to pounce, has been following in behind, angles to the outside now for Day. They swing for home. EL Lonely Charlie, 1 drink ago, will try to track that one down, but EL Lonely Charlie has got it by 2.5 coming into deep stretch. EL Lonely Charlie, Engberg back to the winner's circle. Finishing second was 1 drink ago. Beef and Cheddar was third, Keeping It in Perspective fourth. 1:58-2 for EL Lonely Charlie. Top 4 has been posted unofficially in race number 3. Your unofficial winner, number 2, EL Lonely Charlie. Second, number 1, 1 drink ago. Third, number 3, Beef and Cheddar. And fourth, number 7, Keeping It in Perspective. 2-1-3-7, your unofficial top 4 in the third. Time of the mile was 1:58-2 for number 2, EL Lonely Charlie. Heading back towards the infield winner's circle, the winner of this afternoon's third race, number 2, EL Lonely Charlie. 3-year-old gelded son of Up the Credit, owned by James Edward Lewis, trained by Tim Jacobson, and driven to victory by Mayoral Enberg. First win in 4 tries this year, second career score. It's a career best clocking, 1:58-2 for EL Lonely Charlie. And with the victory, Mayoral Enberg now doubles up with back-to-back wins in today's driving championship, as she adds to her early lead, guiding EL Lonely Charlie to the race 3 score. And with us in the winner's circle for a presentation is our very own Katie Hillier this afternoon, has joined the broadcast team here at Hanover Raceway this season, up-and-coming broadcaster in our sport, and happy to have her in the winner's circle to make the special presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a big hand for EL Lonely Charlie? Mariel Engberg is your early leader in the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. And race number 3 is official. Number 2, EL Lonely Charlie returns 12:10, 5:30, 280. The 1 drink a go, 5:10, 260. And the 3, beef and cheddar, 240. $2 exacta 2-1 paid $41.40. $1 try 213 returned $38. $1 super 2137 paid $230.20. Coming up next is race number 4 on this afternoon's 10 race program. Order of finish from race number 3. Number 1 drink a go was second. EL Lonely Charlie was the winner. Beef and Cheddar was third. Kieran was 7th. Go Gals Card Trick 8th. Joe's Credit 6th. Keeping It in Perspective 4th. And Another Star is Born was 5th. 2-1-3, 7-8, 6-4-5. That's your order of finish. Time of the mile was 1:58.2 for EL Lonely Charlie.
Farm is the #1 breeder for Ontario Sire Stakes. Don't miss Winback Farm's Ontario Yearlings at 2021 sales, including Ontario Select, Lexington, and Harrisburg, featuring first Ontario crop yearlings from My MVP, also yearlings from Archangel, Art Speak, Better Than Cheddar, Better's Delight, and Shadow Play. Don't miss your chance on Winback Bred Ontario Gold winner. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
The Doc is now Bounce Radio. New name, same great music and voices.
The 5-second rule changes depending on what the item is that falls. Chocolate covered raisin, 30 minutes.
Listen weekday afternoons to Don Vale on Bounce 92.3.
Congratulations to all the connections at EL Lonely Charlie coming up on top. Garnett being the only one who had him on the win card. all of us had him down a little lower, but congratulations to all the connections with him. You had him on top as well, did you not?
No, I
Oh, no, you
used
didn't.
underneath.
Oh, true.
Getting my hopes up with there. But no, we were touching a little bit on Mayoral Enberg just having a fantastic start to the card thus far. 2 winners, so that was 3 starts. And I mean, I was reading a little bit about her bio, and her first ever victory came on a horse named Handsome Yankee. So, and she mentioned how just the thrill of being able to get the best out of your horses is exactly what she lives for and loves the most in racing. And she touches on how ecstatic she is to land in the winner's circle, and I know she's very familiar with that feeling today. So hopefully she can continue the success, but she's already had a fantastic afternoon.
Certainly, and I'm excited to see how the rest of this event plays out, having 2 more races here this afternoon and then 5 more dozen tomorrow. But let's move ahead to race number 4. We have a claiming of 7,000 and non-winners of 200 in 2021. Who'd you go for on top with this, Monique?
So I went with the 2 horse in here, Saboni. What I've noticed today thus far is how, first of all, how aggressively our females are driving in here, which we love to see. I mean, we know how good speed is on a track such as this, and getting to the front end, being able to control it and kind of seal your own fate and control your own destiny, I think is what I think is going to really come in handy in here. This one's another one coming in sharp off a victory in the most recent. I think is going to be a major factor in here. I really like her chances, especially if she's able to get to the front end and control it. And the same to be said with the 1 horse Together We Run, and I see that as your top pick.
Certainly, it was a toss-up between 1 and 2 for me. The 2 of them jumped right off the page in terms of who had kind of the best chance here this afternoon. But she had an impressive win at Grand River on July 12th, finishing in 158-1 with driver Colin Kelly. But certainly with the women driving as aggressively as they are today, it really could be anybody's game. But if Together We Run manages to keep up her speed with Maggie Jones here, I think in this competitiveness, she will definitely find herself on top of the leaderboard again.
That is true. And usually what I like to see when I'm just handicapping horses in general, our horse is getting off to a good start this year. We can see with the 2 horse 0 for 19 last year, but this year already 4 wins, so there's 11 starts. And I touched a little bit earlier about how much a win can do for a horse's confidence. And I think that's exactly going to be the scenario for this one in here, getting another try at this exact level. So I think that could really do wonders. And of course, you can see July the 3rd here at Hanover Raceway, finished 2nd, beaten only a length and a quarter there, able to work out that pocket trip. This time around, I think might be a little bit different, but should be able to show that early speed.
Certainly, and Garnett and Mike seem to be on board with the 2 of us, so good luck with all your picks in race number 4.
Great crowd on hand here today at Hanover Raceway as we welcome back even more fans here this afternoon. And for some of you of our regular and returning fans, you remember Let's Leave 'em from his days on the racetrack. Now leading our post parades here today with owner Sarah Town for the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Horses for the 4th race making their way onto the track. And for race number 4, number 1 is Together We Run, owned by Rachel Roberts, trained by Daryl Roberts. The driver is Maggie Jones. Number 2 is Siboney. Pierre-Luc Waugh is the owner. Brett Lester trains and Britt Kennedy drives. Joyful Kate is number 3. Dana Lloyd is the owner trainer. The driver is Andrea Leon. Runaway Heiress is the 4, owned by Gary Stodart, trained by Patrick Bissett. The driver is Julie Walker. Number 5 is Northern Prima, owned by Daryl and Gerald Holmes. Daryl Holmes trains. Marie-Claude Auger is in the sulky. Number 6 is 3 Gems. Robert Furneaux is the owner-trainer. In the sulky, Natasha Day. Number 7 is Prince Adrian. Jim Wilson owns. Tom Gano is the trainer. The driver is Mariel Engberg. And number 8 is Key Topic. Cassandra Watson is the owner. Gary Kingshot trains, and the driver is Pam Forgy. And that's your field of 8 for this afternoon's 4th race. First leg, 4th division of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and pick 4 wagering all available. The pick 4 kicks off here in race number 4. Pacers will be called to the gate in just a few minutes. Thirty seconds remain on the countdown clock. Final chance to wager on this afternoon's 4th race. Field of 8 taking their positions from the inside out. Together We Run and Maggie Jones. Siboney and Britt Kennedy. Joyful Kate, Andrea Leon. Runaway Heiress, Julie Walker. Northern Prima, Marie-Claude Auger. 3 Gems, Natasha Day. Prince Adrian, Marielle Engberg. And from the second tier, Key Topic and Pam Forgy. Starting gate approaching the top of the stretch. It's a field of 8. Pacers now picking up speed. And here they come. They're off and pacing, and Prince Adrian is blasting from the far outside. Siboney off to a good beginning, and so too Together We Run. They drive into the first turn, and 3 Gems will get away in 4th. Runaway Heiress at the inside. Then we go about 3 lengths back to Northern Prima. Your final 2 are Joyful Kate and Key Topic. Into the backstretch for the first time. Together We Run at the inside, and on the outside, Siboney will look to clear as they race towards the opening quarter. Prince Adrian left well and is able to settle 3rd. Racing 4th is Runaway Heiress, followed 5th by 3 Gems. The opening quarter was 28-4, and we've got a front-end battle as they go into the turn. Together We Run at the inside, trying to put Siboney into the 2-hole, so Siboney is going to slot into that spot as there's room to drop in front of Prince Adrian in 3rd. 4th is Runaway Heiress. Then we go back to 3 Gems as they swing into the lane for the first time. Together We Run and Maggie Jones are showing the way. Siboney is in 2nd. First up now, here comes Runaway Heiress for Walker. Inside to Prince Adrian in 4th. Three Gems is on the outside, second over in fifth. Tracking cover, that is Northern Prima. Then to Joyful Kate, and Key Topic is racing in eighth. The half was hitting 59 and 2. Around the turn they go, and Runaway Heiress now gets up on even terms with Together We Run, and these two will slug it out into the backside. Siboney, after that early bid, is at the inside third. Second over is Three Gems. Tracking cover, Northern Prima is third over and maybe looking to go three deep as they race towards three quarters. And with the slight advantage on the outside, it is Runaway Heiress leading it by half a length. 129 and 1 for three quarters. Into the final turn they go. Runaway Heiress with the lead. Together We Run is trying to battle on back. Siboney will be crying for racetrack. Three Gems and three wide as they swing into the stretch. And up front it is Runaway Heiress who has got the lead and got it by about 3 as they swing for home. Runaway Heiress with the top spot. Coming on the outside, Northern Prima into second. Three Gems in third. At the inside, Together We Run fourth. To the line, Runaway Heiress and Julie Walker take the fourth, 159. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. The inquiry sign has been posted. Inquiry sign posted here in race 4. Judges to review racing action in the first and second turn. Judges to review action in that opening half mile of race number 4. Your unofficial top 4 is posted here in the 4th race. Unofficial winner number 4, Runaway Heiress. Second, number 5, Northern Prima. Third, number 6, Three Gems. And fourth, number 1, Together We Run. 4, 5, 6, 1. Your unofficial top 4. Please hold all tickets. Inquiry sign posted here in the 4th. Now being displayed, racing footage from the opening turn of race 4. Judges reviewing this racing action that is being displayed on your screens right now. While the judges continue to take a look, we welcome back to the winner's circle, Runaway Heiress, a 4-year-old mare owned by Gary Stoddart, trained by Patrick Bissett, and driven to victory by Julie Walker. Certainly to have a big cheering section here today. Runaway Heiress picks up her second win in 9 tries this year, career win number 3. Julie Walker picks up her first win of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Julie Walker, with 12 points coming into that 4th race, is going to pick up the maximum 8. So how about a big round of applause for Runaway Heiress and Julie Walker, who take this afternoon's 4th race. Inquiry sign has been taken down. No changes. Results will stand 4-5, 6-1 in race number 4. Race 4 is now official. Number 4, Runaway Heiress, returns 790, 530, 470. Number 5, Northern Prima, 780, 570. And number 6, 3 Gems, 950. $2 exacta 4-5 paid $64. The dollar try 4-5-6 paid $516.05. And the dollar superfecta 4-5-6-1 pays $550. 4 races down on this afternoon's program. Coming up next is race number 5. Race 5 is the final division of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Race 5 coming up next. Order of finish from race number 4. Number 1, Together We Run, was 4th. Siboney was 5th. Joyful Kate 6th. Runaway Heiress, the winner. Northern Prima was 2nd. 3 Gems 3rd. Prince Adrian 7th. And Key Topic was 8th. 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 1:59, the time of the mile.
Grey Bruce's favorite country.
congratulations to number 4 picking up an impressive victory here this afternoon. Neither of us really had him up very high, but definitely paid off there.
Yeah, I mean, the 1 and the 2 got into that early pace duel up front, which really set up really well for this horse in Runaway Harris. And the cool thing to take note about Julie Walker getting her first win in the Female Drivers Challenge, and her first ever career driving victory came here at Hanover Raceway with a horse named Sixth Man. So everything kind of comes full circle, and we know she's particularly keen. Grew up here at Dresden Raceway. Both those smaller tracks tend to play close to her home. So happy for her to get that first victory and get those much needed 8 points.
Certainly, and we have one more race here with the women here this afternoon. Race number 5. We're looking at non-winners of 1,500 in their last 3 starts. What did you look for in this race, Monique?
So I definitely struggled in here. I didn't necessarily know who to put on top. I ultimately landed on the 8 horse, an Easy Flyer, and usually I try to look for horses with better post draws. But I think this one's going to be fairly aggressively driven, and hopefully that trend tends to continue, because we've seen our females definitely be bringing their A game today and vying for that early position, which has been really important in here. So for me, that's the one I landed on. I think I had an excuse in that most recent start, so interfered with early on, never able to really reset from that particular spot. But hopefully this one's able to maybe not be put into play early in terms of being on the lead, but maybe able to navigate a trip similar to the one we just saw in the most recent one with Julie Walker.
Certainly, and the 8-hole can be a kind of a tough spot here sometimes, but if you've got the right horse, you can really get them out and around and no problem. But as you can see, we're all a little all over the place in race number 5 here. Not really agreeing. Garnet seemed to agree with me on SOS, No Stopping Me Now. The 5-year-old has shown some exceptional speed and competitiveness, finishing second in 155 and 2 here in Hanover last week by 3 lengths. Unfortunately, didn't get that win, but 2 starts this year, and he's seen the leaderboard both times, but just has not quite picked up that winning check yet. But I think here with the competitiveness of these ladies here today, that I definitely think he could see, if he could see a win here today.
So how much weight did you, in terms of handicapping this, how much weight did you put into your selections and horses that you've seen before racing here at Hanover? Did that kind of influence your selections?
It definitely plays into it a little bit, because every track is different. You know, they bank different. The horses race on them differently as well. But the horses that seem to race well here can continue to race well here. But sometimes others surprise you and whatnot. But definitely with his win here, or his speed here last week really impressed me, finishing in 155. That's quite impressive speed for that. And you know what? I think it definitely helps seeing them have raced here in person. But I never just pick the ones that I've only seen race. But certainly, good luck with your picks here this afternoon in race number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you turn your attention to our infield screen, and for those of you watching along online, here are the updated standings for the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. We've got a tight battle up at the front. Mayoral Engberg with 2 wins on the day, 25 points. Natasha Day continuing to post top results. Hasn't found the winner's circle yet, but 24 points. Mercury Claude Auger, 20 points, along with Julie Walker. They are tied for 3rd. Up next is the 5th race. This is the final race today for the Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Let's leave them, and Sarah Town leading the post parade for the final time here today. Here's the field for this afternoon's 5th race. Number 1 is Tanzanian, owned by Graham Burgess and Rick Gorley, trained by Graham Burgess. The driver is Mayoral Engberg. Golden Sand is number 2, Brian Lawrence. And Smirk Inc. are the owners. Brian Lawrence trains, Pam Forgy drives. Next is number 3, SOS No Stopping Me Now. Walter Tomisio is the owner-trainer. Maggie Jones does the driving. Number 4, Go 9-0, is owned by Phil Price Jr. He also trains. Britt Kennedy is in the sulky. 5 is Toxicity. Kerry Saunders and Kurt Harper share ownership. Saunders trains. Andrea Leon drives. Number 6 is Holly's Treasure. Colonel Schneider Jr. is the owner. Cassidy Schneider trains. Julie Walker drives. 7 is Jake Parrish. Larry Fitzsimmons and Richard Dalby, the owners. Fitzsimmons trains. In the sulky is Marie-Claude Auger. And to complete the field from the second tier, number 8 is Easy Flyer, owned by Colonel Schneider Jr. and Cassidy Schneider. Cass Schneider trains, and Nat Day does the driving. That's your field for this afternoon's 5th race. Field of 8, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering all available. And once again, here's a look at the standings for the Ontario Women's Driving Championship. This 5th race is the final race of the championship here today at Hanover. The competition will continue tomorrow afternoon at Dresden Raceway. 1 p.m. first race post time, 5 more races to take place. And we will update after this 5th race the final standings for leg 1. And coming up later today as well, we will have a special presentation with all 8 of our drivers. Two-minute warning has been issued for this afternoon's 5th race. Well, we have a second, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to go to our website, HanoverRaceway.com, and there you'll be able to find our online auction as part of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Our online auction, a fundraiser for the Canadian Cancer Society for cervical cancer. 100% of the proceeds raised from our online auction will go to the Canadian Cancer Society for cervical cancer. Over 20 items available. Bidding will close later today at 6 p.m. Head to our website, HanoverRaceway.com. Less than a minute remains on the countdown clock as we get set for our 5th and final race of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Still 5 more races to go on today's 10-race program following this. 4 to 5 on number 3, SOS No Stopping Me Now. Maggie Jones in the sulky, looking for her second win of the afternoon. She took our first race earlier today, currently with 16 points. Your leader going into today's final leg, Mayoral Engberg with 25 points. 1 up on Natasha Day at 24. Marie-Claude Auger and Julie Walker tied for 3rd with 20 points each. We'll see who can grab all 8 points by finding the line first here in today's final leg. Starting gate now moving, final chance to wager on race number 5. And from the inside out, we've got Tanzanian and Mayoral Engberg, Golden Sand, Pam Forgy, SOS No Stopping Me Now, Maggie Jones, Go 9-0, Britt Kennedy, Toxicity, Andrea Leon, Holly's Treasure, Julie Walker, Jake Parrish, Marie-Claude Auger, and Easy Flyer from the second tier with Natasha Day. We've got a recall. Recall here in race number 5. Wagering remains open. Recall due to broken equipment on number 6, Holly's Treasure. Broken equipment on the 6, Holly's Treasure. Wagering remains open here for race number 5. Number 6, Holly's Treasure. With broken equipment, that'll be repaired. Starting gate will move back around into position, and the pacers will be called in shortly. So number 6, Holly's Treasure, getting some assistance on the backstretch there. Everything will look good to go as that one will get turned and head towards the starting gate in a moment. Field of 8. All calm, cool, and collected at this point. Wagering does remain open. 4 to 5 favorite number 3. SOS No Stopping Me Now. Wings of the starting gate are now open once again. And here we go. Take 2 at race number 5 as the field of 8 will begin to take their positions once again. From the inside out, Tanzanian and Mayoral Engberg, Golden Sand, Pam Forgy, SOS No Stopping Me Now, Maggie Jones, Go 9-0, Britt Kennedy, Toxicity, Andrea Leon, Holly's Treasure, Julie Walker, Jake Parrish and Marie-Claude Auger on the outside, and from the second tier, it's Easy Flyer and Nat Day. Field of 8 now taking their positions. It's post time for race number 5 from Hanover Raceway. Starting gate to the top of the stretch. The Pacers are picking up speed, and here they come. They're off and pacing Golden Sand, the quickest away. Next door neighbor Tanzanian from the rail will cut the corner. Then following in behind is Easy Flyer, taking full advantage of that second tier spot and some inside speed to get away in third. Toxicity was trying to blast, is on the outside fourth. SOS No Stopping Me Now gets away in fifth. It's Jake Parrish back there sixth. Seventh is Go 9-0, and your early trailer is Holly's Treasure. Golden Sand finds the front and will lead them by a length and a half to the opening quarter. It is Golden Sand and Pam Forgy there in 28 seconds flat. Sharp opening quarter as Tanzanian rides in the deuce. Racing in third is Easy Flyer. On the outside, Toxicity is parked out fourth. Inside fifth is SOS No Stopping Me Now. Swinging to the outside goes Jake Parrish. Then it is Go 9-0, and Holly's Treasure can see them all. They'll race into the stretch for the first time. And Golden Sand and Pam Forgy, they lead the way by a couple of lengths. Tanzanian and Mayoral Engberger in second. On the outside, grinding away Toxicity and Andrea Lee. On fourth is Easy Flyer and Natasha Day. Then it is Jake Parrish and Marie-Claude Auger on the outside, racing in fifth. Sixth is SOS No Stopping Me Now and Maggie Jones. On the outside is Holly's Treasure and Julie Walker. And at the inside eighth is Go 9-0 and Britt Kennedy. The half was recorded in 57-3. Golden Sand rolling right along as they swing into the backstretch. Racing towards three quarters, it's Golden Sand with the lead. Here on the outside, Toxicity inching in a little closer, and Toxicity gets up on even terms. Tanzanian inside third. Second over is Jake Parrish. Buried inside inside. Racing fifth is Easy Flyer. Drifting out a little bit was Golden Sand, so Tanzanian's able to slip up the pylons. Toxicity out 3 wide, and 4 wide is Jake Parrish. A wild finish coming up. 3/4, 127 and 3. And Tanzanian and Mayoral Engberg strike the front. Easy Flyer, it didn't look good for a moment, but now there's plenty of daylight, and here comes Easy Flyer on the outside. Tanzanian and Easy Flyer, these two battling down towards the line, and on the outside it's Easy Flyer and Natasha Day to win it. Tanzanian was second, Jake Parrish was third. Time of the mile, 1:58 and 4. Unofficial top 4 posted. The winner, number 8, Easy Flyer. Second, number 1, Tanzanian. Third, number 7, Jake Parrish. And fourth, number 4, Go 9-0. 8-1, 7-4, your unofficial top 4 in race number 5. Coming back to the winner's circle, the winner of this afternoon's 5th race, number 8, Easy Flyer. 6-year-old gelding owned by Colonel Schneider Jr. and Cassidy Schneider. Cass Schneider is the trainer. Natasha Day, the winning driver. We watch Natasha drive here each Saturday at Hanover Raceway, and in the final leg here today of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship, she gets all the points, steering Easy Flyer to victory from the second tier. Second win in 8 starts this year. 21st career score for the 6-year-old gelding Easy Flyer. Time of the mile today, 1:58 and 4. Cooler presentation for today's final division of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship is being made by the Town of Hanover Mayor, Sue Patterson. Pleasure to have the Mayor of Hanover here with us today, joined in the winner's circle by our General Manager, Steve Fitzsimmons, and Gary Patterson from Dresden Raceway. So congratulations to Easy Flyer. Natasha Day takes the final division of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship, Leg 1. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. Inquiry sign has been posted. The inquiry pertaining to your unofficial second place finisher, number 1 Tanzanian. Judge is reviewing for a possible pylon violation. Please hold all tickets. Inquiry sign posted here in race 5. Now being displayed, the footage that the judges are reviewing, looking for a possible pylon violation on number 1 Tanzanian. Judges continuing to review racing footage from race number 5. Looking at number 1 Tanzanian. Looking for a possible pylon violation. You'll see the 1 Tanzanian currently at the inside there racing 3rd. Did slip up the inside of number 2 Golden Sand going into that final turn. So judges reviewing for a possible pylon violation. Please hold all tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a placing. Number 1, Tanzanian, finished second, will now be placed back to 8th for a pylon violation, going inside pylons and gaining an unfair advantage. Number 1, Tanzanian, finished second, placed 8th. That'll now change our top 4 finishers, as the finishers 3 through 8 will all now move up a spot. So number 1, Tanzanian, finished second, disqualified, placed 8th. And with that, your new top 4, 8, 7, 4, 3. No change to your winner. Number 8, Easy Flyer in the 5th. Payouts will be posted in just a moment. Race 5 is now official. Number 8, Easy Flyer, returns $940, $560, $380. The 7, Jake Parrish, $876. And the 4, Go 90, $570. $2 exacta, 8-7, paid $62.20. Dollar trifecta, 874. Returned $144.25. Dollar super, 8743, $487.05. And race 5 concluded today's pick 5. And the pick 5, 5 out of 5, returns $1,275 for a 20-cent winning ticket. So congratulations if you were able to connect on today's pick 5. Coming up next is race number 6. Here's the order of finish from race number 5. Number 1, Tanzanian was second placed 8th. Number 2, Golden Sand, 8th place 7th. Number 3, SOS No Stopping Me Now was 5th place 4th. Number 4, Go 9-0 was 4th place 3rd. Number 5, Toxicity was 7th place 6th. Number 6, Holly's Treasure was 6th place 5th. Number 7, Jake Parrish was 3rd place 2nd. And number 8, Easy Flyer was the winner. 1:58.4, the time of the mile.
Ontario Select Sale returns in 2021. The sale will be held September 26th at Winback Farm of Canada in Inglewood, Ontario. The sale will be live and have online bidding available. It also features first Ontario crop yearlings from My MVP. Sale consignment also highlighted by yearlings from Artspeak, Better Than Cheddar, and Shadowplay. For more information, visit OntarioSelectYearlingsSale.com.
The Doc is now Bounce Radio. New name, same great music and voices.
Ted and Diana, not in a band. And if we were, terrible.
Excuse me,
Yeah, we were.
I have mad skills.
Listen to Ted and Diana every weekday morning on Bounce 92.3.
Congratulations to Easy Flyer and Nat Day for picking up the win here this afternoon. You were right with the 8-hole picking up the win here this afternoon. Definitely a tough spot, but Nat Day definitely drove it home.
Yeah, I was able to sit back, work at that perfect trip. Nice price of 7-2, but of course with that difficult 8-hole, definitely helped to elevate the price. But now she takes the clear-cut lead going into tomorrow in terms of the female driver standings. And it is unfortunate in the sense of the one horse with that violation, because we would have had a tie in terms of our top 2 females in there. So it is kind of unfortunate in that sense, but bittersweet. And hopefully that serves as a little bit of extra motivation going into tomorrow's card at Dresden.
True, but let's take a look at our standings going into Dresden now that our 5 races are over here. As you can see, Natasha Day stands at the top with 32 points, followed by Marie-Claude Auger at 27 points. Echoes Merle Edingberg at 26, Julie Walker at 24, Brittany Kennedy at 22, Maggie Jones at 21, and Pam Forgy with 16, and Andrea Leon with 12. Certainly it's been an exciting day here in Hanover, and we can't wait to carry this over to Dresden tomorrow for their first 5 races as well. Congratulations to all the ladies here, and we hope that tomorrow goes well for all of you as well. And if you're still in our Survivor as well, we hope that you all are, that you do well tomorrow at Dresden too. But let's take a look, move on to race number 6. We have non-winners of 8,500 lifetime or of a race lifetime. What was your look at race number 6 here, Monique?
So it's a totally different approach, obviously, because now we have some drivers who have driven the horses before. So different type of scenario in terms of navigating at least who to put on top in here. So for some of those multi-legs, I feel like this is a trickier leg. And the ones taking the bulk of the betting support are the 4 and the 5. Even the 1 horse taking quite some support here. And I see you use that one underneath. But I went the direction of the 5 horse, that being Horoscope. Comes in off of a 3rd place effort in that most recent start. 2:02 time for that one there. Did notch a first victory. And this one's been ultra consistent. And that's what I'm kind of looking for in terms of a race, which I consider wide open, is I like those horses that you know are going to be involved at the finish, whether it be landing in the winner's circle or just picking up a good check. So I'm hoping this one's primed for a big effort in here and got a good post and post 4 to work with.
Certainly, I agree that 5 was definitely in my picks there. But I definitely went with number 4, and I can see everybody was kind of in the same boat with number 4, Mike the Knight, the Dave Holiday trainee. His last 3 starts have been at George and Downs, but he's finished 3rd in each of those 3 races, but he's just not been able to find the winner's circle. But with finishes in 159 and 4 and 159 and 2, I definitely think he's got the speed here to do well this afternoon, and especially with Colin Kelly, who can be quite an aggressive driver. I think he can fare very well against this group as well. But good luck with all your selections here in the 6th.
Getting a look at the horses on the track. They're now post-parading in front of us for the 6th race. Number 1, Evil Guy. Trevor Henry for trainers Shannon Henry. Bill Maines and Bill Cripps, the owners. 2, Just Never Mind. Ryan Holiday for Dave Holiday and owners Listowel Livestock. 3, Keystone Cecilia. Mark McKinnon for trainer Carmen Osceola and owner Robert Burgess. 4 is Mike the Knight. Colin Kelly for trainer Dave Holliday, who shares ownership with Ben Holliday. 5 is Horoscope, Henry Stable, Daylon Farms, the owners. Wayne Henry trains and drives. Number 6 is Spicy Man, Thomas McMahon, Jeff Waugh, Jeff Packer, and Alvin Hamilton, the owners. Alvin Hamilton trains and drives. And number 7 is Chili and Toast, Travis Henry for owner-trainer Bud Sinclair, Lindsay Sinclair, and Thomas Strachan share ownership. That's your field of 7 for this afternoon's 6th race. First look at trotters on this program. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering all available, and they will go to the gate in just a couple of moments. As we get set for this afternoon's 6th race, we've got a field of 7 on the trot. Number 4, Mike the Knight, your current 3-2 choice. 3-year-old gelded son of Crazed has been finding the board, that's for sure. 3 consecutive third-place finishes. 1 win in 7 tries. Did not race last year as a 2-year-old, so this is the first season on the track. And Colin Kelly sits behind for the first time today for trainer Dave Holliday, who sends out a pair in this contest, including number 2, Just Never Mind. Number 1, Evil Guy, the lone 2-year-old in this group, making his career debut. And former leading driver here at Hanover Raceway, Trevor Henry, in town this afternoon, as he and his wife Shannon team up here with number 1, Evil Guy, coming in off just that lone baby race back on June 25th at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So the countdown clock ticks away. We're just over a minute away from post time for race number 6. Still time to wager. Exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering all available here. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick around after this afternoon's 7th race, where we will have an opportunity to recognize our 8 drivers that competed today in the first leg of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. We have a special presentation in our winner's circle coming up after the 7th race. Starter Mike Strom calls in the field of 7 for this afternoon's 6th race. Final chance to wager. As we kick off the back half of today's 10-race program. Group of 7 now taking their spots behind the starting gate. And from the inside out, we have Evil Guy and Trevor Henry. Just Never Mind, Ryan Holliday. Keystone Cecilia, Mark McKinnon. Mike the Knight, Colin Kelly. Horoscope, Wayne Henry. Spicy Man, Alvin Hamilton. And on the outside, it's Chili and Toast and Travis Henry. Field of 7. Lined up. It's post time at Hanover Raceway. Starting gate to the top of the stretch. The trotters are picking up speed, and here they come. They're off and trotting. Keystone Cecilia is hustling out of there for McKinnon. Leaving from the center was Horoscope. Chilean Toast thought about leaving from the far outside. Scooting away well, but rolling off stride went Mike the Knight. Mike the Knight off stride in the first turn. Also making a miscue was Evil Guy. 2-horse breakaway up front as they'll move into the backstretch. Keystone Cecilia leading Horoscope by a length and a half. Just Nevermind is racing in third. Then we go back to Chilean Toast in fourth, followed by Spicy Man fifth. Sixth is Mike the Knight, and then the trailer will be Evil Guy as he resets after that first turn break. The opening quarter was cut out in 29 seconds flat. So it's Keystone Cecilia, the 3-year-old filly, and Mark McKinnon leading it by a length and a half. Riding in the 2-hole, that is Horoscope. And then tightening up from third was Just Nevermind. Chilean Toast is about 4 from the front. And then racing in fifth is Spicy Man as they come off the bend and into the stretch for the first time. Mike the Knight is 6th, and 7th is Evil Guy. Down the lane they come to the midway point, and they are following Keystone Cecilia. She is in full control here, and she races them past the midway point, leading by a length and a half, and the half was clocked in 1:01 and 2. So a big time breather in the second quarter, and Keystone Cecilia enters the turn on top. Racing right behind is Horoscope, right all over the leaders back there. Might have to get underway. Just Nevermind in third. Chilean Toast is in fourth. Then it is Spicy Man to the inside. Mike the Knight might have something to say here late. And Evil Guy is the trailer. Now we get some movement. Chilean Toast is rushing on the outside and up to attack Keystone Cecilia. Chilean Toast on the outside. Keystone Cecilia now has to pick it up. 3/4 time, 1:32 and 3. Into the final turn they go. Keystone Cecilia, Chile and Toast. Horoscope will be looking for racing room. Just Nevermind in fourth. They'll come off the turn and into the stretch. Keystone Cecilia looking to go all the way. Turns away Chilean Toast. Now here comes Horoscope to the outside for Wayne Henry, but Keystone Cecilia's got a couple lengths in deep stretch. And all the way, it's Keystone Cecilia to win it. Horoscope was second. Chilean Toast was third. Just Nevermind fourth. 2:02 flat. Your top 4 posted unofficially in race number 6. The winner, number 3, Keystone Cecilia. Second, number 5, Horoscope. Third, number 7, Chilean Toast. And fourth, number 2, Just Nevermind. 3, 5, 7, 2, your unofficial top 4 in race number 6. Coming back in front of the grandstand now, the winner of this afternoon's 6th race. This is number 3, Keystone Cecilia. 3-year-old filly by Cantab Hall, owned by Robert Burgess, trained by Carmen Osiello, and driven to victory by Mark McKinnon. It's a maiden breaking score for Keystone Cecilia. First win in 6 starts this year. First win in 13 career outings. Comes to Hanover for the 2nd consecutive week. Last week just missed with the runner-up finish. Here today, no problem. Gets it done in coast-to-coast fashion in 2:02 flat. 5-1 the price on Keystone Cecilia, who takes today's 6th race. 3-5-7-2, your unofficial top 4. Race number 6 is now official. Number 3, Keystone Cecilia, returns 1370, 880, 310. The 5, Horoscope, 370, 280. And the 7, Chilean Toast, 750. $2 exacta, paid $49.70. The dollar trifecta, $126.35. And a 20-cent superfecta winning ticket returns $296.44. Coming up next is race number 7. Here's a look at the order of finish from the 6th race. Number 1, Evil Guy, was 7th. Number 2, Just Never Mind, 4th. Number 3, Keystone Cecilia, the winner. Number 4, Mike the Knight, was 5th. Number 5, Horoscope, was 2nd. Number 6, Spicy Man, was 6th. And number 7, Chilean Toast, was 3rd. 7-4-1, 5-2, 6-3. Your unofficial, or I should say your official order of finish in race number 6.
Cecilia picking up the win here this afternoon. Quite impressive. I had definitely had her on my card, but didn't have her up front. But congratulations to all of those with connections to her. Let's move on to race number 7, non-winners of 3,000. What was your pick on your stance on this, Monique?
Another race that I kind of struggled in, and in terms of those multi-legs, I'd have to be going a little bit deeper in here for that maybe pick 3 wager or whatever you choose to play. For me, I landed on the 7 horse, that being Better's Victory. Did get a victory in that most recent start. Granted, it was versus easier, but it's just the way that he ended up winning that start, getting to the front end, controlling it from there. I think that'll really do wonders now, making a slight move up in class to face off against a little tougher, but a great time, 154 and 4 for that time.
Certainly, I went with number 1, Buttermilk Hanover, for this race. Had a great outing at Sarnia last week, just missing that win by 2.5 lengths, finishing second in 155 and 3. I definitely think with its past speeds, he's got the competitiveness to do well here this afternoon in this class. And, you know, I think it really still is anybody's game here. Mm-hmm. That's definitely proven today's theme. So, but definitely good luck with all of your selections here in the 7th.
Horses stepping out onto the track for this afternoon's 7th race. Pacers for the 7th. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Buttermilk Hanover. 811-3564 Canada Limited owns, along with Jeffrey Boyd. Melissa Lamoureux trains. Travis Henry drives. Number 2 is Release the Baby. Carter Wright and Caleb Wright, the owners. Ross Batten, the trainer-driver. Number 3 will post parade last. Next up, we take a look at number 4, Sabine Pass. Paul and Nicole Davies and Deborah Pinnell are the owners. Paul Davies trains. Trevor Henry drives. Number 5 is Stonebridge Drama. Gary Stoddart and Patrick Bassett, the connections. Natasha Day is in the sulky. Number 6 is Kaylee's Reel. Ellie Bale, the owner. Melissa Lamoureux, the trainer. The driver is Tyler Moore. Number 7 is Better's Victory. Courtney Bishop owns. Gary Bishop trains. At the controls is Colin Kelly. Number 8, Ace 44 Talon, owned by Suzanne Sloan, trained by Becky Geisel. The driver is Dale Spence. And we will get a look at number 3, Good and Sweet, owned by Stephen Colvin, who does the training. The driver will be Ryan Holiday. So that'll be your field of 8 for this afternoon's 7th race. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering all available here. Pacers for the 7th will be called to the gate in a couple of minutes. And there is a look at number 3, Good and Sweet. The 5-year-old gelding now just making his way out onto the racetrack. So there's a look at all 8 of the horses to go postward here in this afternoon's 7th race. Countdown clock ticking away. Still time to wager on today's 7th. Following today's 7th race, we will have a special presentation to recognize the drivers competing in the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Also, don't forget that coming up in races 8 and 10 this afternoon, we have Prospect Series action for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. 2 divisions, those are races 8 and 10, as we get a look at some of the youngsters. 2-year-old pacing colts for the Prospect Series. Ontario sire 2-year-olds that will go postward in those 2 contests. So the starter will call in the Pacers in just a moment. Still time to wager on the 7th. 8-5 favorite, number 1, Buttermilk Hanover, that 8-year-old mare. Tons of back class. Winner of over $370,000 life with a mark of 151-3. 1 win in 6 tries this year. This will be her 5th start off the bench and was a runner-up in her most recent outing at Sarnia's Hiawatha Horse Park. Draws the coveted rail starting spot. 5-2 though. On the outside starter, number 7, Better's Victory. That 5-year-old gelding looking to double up. Colin Kelly driving today for trainer Gary Bishop. Overcame post 7 in the most recent effort. Just charged off the wings of the gate for a 27-2 opener. We'll see if that gate speed is used here today. Starting gate now rolling for the 7th race. Final chance to wager. From the inside out, we've got Buttermilk Hanover and Travis Henry. Release the Baby, Ross Batten. Good and Sweet, Ryan Holiday. Sabine Pass, Trevor Henry. Stonebridge Drama, Natasha Day. Kaylee's Real, Tyler Moore. Better's Victory, Colin Kelly. And Ace 44 Talent and Dale Spence start from the 2nd tier. It's post time for race 7 from Hanover Raceway. Starting gate swings into the stretch. Pacers picking up speed, and here they come. They're off and pacing, and we've got several levers in the early going, including the rail starter, Buttermilk Hanover. It's Buttermilk Hanover to the early lead. We were looking at Better's Victory from the far outside, and that one is pushing ahead for Colin Kelly. Gets around a few rivals, and will look to maybe drive right on, or we'll settle into the 2-hole. As we race into the backstretch, it's Buttermilk Hanover. Better's Victory pockets up, then racing in 3rd. That is Ace 44 Talon. Release the Baby got away in 4th. Stonebridge Drama is racing in 5th, tracked by Good and Sweet 6th. 7th to the opening quarter is Sabine Pass, and Kaylee's Real is the trailer. The opening quarter was 28-2. So Buttermilk Hanover will dictate the tempo as they race by 3/8. Buttermilk Hanover on top by a length and a half over Better's Victory. Ace 44 Talon got away 3rd. Release the Baby is racing in 4th. Stonebridge Drama is then 5th. Good and Sweet 6th. Sabine Pass 7th, and Kaylee's Real is in 8th. We get a little bit of movement towards the back now as Good and Sweet comes to the outside looking to advance, but up front, Buttermilk Hanover in full control to a 59-1 opening half mile. It's Buttermilk Hanover and Travis Henry leading the way. Better's Victory getting the 2-hole ride. Ace 44 Talent in 3rd. Will have to make a decision soon. Good and Sweet advancing on the outside. First up now into 4th. Release the Baby at the inside 5th. Sabine passes on cover 6th. Then to the inside, Stonebridge Drama, and Kaylee's Real is the trailer. Buttermilk Hanover taking them to 3/4. Better's Victory right on the leader's helmet in 2nd. 3/4 time, 1:28-4, 29-3 3/4, and they'll come around the final turn. turn. Buttermilk Hanover leading it, looking to go all the way. Better's Victory in second. Good and Sweet now is just 2 lengths from the front in third. Ace 44 Talent is in fourth on the outside. Fifth is Sabine Pass. They turn for home. Buttermilk Hanover ready for the pressure. Here comes Better's Victory looking to shoot on by. Buttermilk Hanover, Better's Victory. Buttermilk Hanover goes all the way. It's Buttermilk Hanover by 3 parts of a length. Better's Victory finished in second. Time of the mile, 1:57 and 2. Top 4 posted here in race number 7 unofficially. It is 1783. Your unofficial winner, number 1, Buttermilk Hanover. Second, number 7, Better's Victory. Third, number 8, Ace 44 Talent. And fourth, number 3, Good and Sweet. 1783, the time of the mile, 1:57 and 2 for number 1, Buttermilk Hanover, the 3-2 favorite coming on through. Now coming back in front of us and returning to the winner's circle, the winner of this afternoon's 7th race. This is number 1, Buttermilk Hanover, owned by 8113564 Canada Limited and Jeff Boyd. It's a training double for Melissa Lamoureux, driven to victory by Travis Henry. The 8-year-old mare Buttermilk Hanover picks up her 31st career win, second win in 7 tries this year. Stops the clock in 1:57 and 2. Race number 7 is now official. Number 1, Buttermilk Hanover, returns $5, $390, $250. The 7, Better's Victory, $420, $310. The 8, Ace 44 Talon, $380. $2 exacta 1-7 paid $23.90. Dollar Try paid $77.45. 20-cent Super paid $132.73. And the pick 4 for $1, 4 out of 4, pays $355.20. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we are going to direct your attention to the winner's circle. As joining us now, the drivers competing in the inaugural OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship, all sporting their shirts today, as proceeds raised today goes to the Canadian Cancer Society for Cervical Cancer. And in just a moment, we are going to turn things over
Check.
to Steve Fitzsimmons for a special presentation.
Thank you very much, Mark McKelvey. And the ladies are all wearing a very special T-shirt that we're going to auction off after the fact for charity. It was designed by Haley Saunders of Standardbred Canada, and it's in the teal color for cervical cancer. So the ladies are all going to sign the T-shirts. We'll have them on our website Monday or Tuesday to auction off for charity. So, but first of all, what a great show these ladies put on. My goodness, what competitive races this afternoon. Give them a nice hand. Natasha Day, you have the lead after day number 1. Did you feel like you had a little bit of a hometown advantage here?
Not the way these guys were racing. I was just happy to get around and earn, some points. So it all worked out good at the end. Maybe not so good for some. But thanks, Mayoral. But it's great to be out here competing.
Yeah, the placing might have helped you just a little bit to have the lead for sure. But tomorrow's another day, and you have the lead, so congratulations on that. And Julie Walker, it's great to see you here. Of course, you have a lot of fans in attendance, and you put on a little bit of a show. How'd you feel out there?
It was fun. I drew a better post tomorrow. I kind of just followed along with a few today, but I had a lot of nice horses.
You certainly did, and you've got a good field tomorrow as well. As I walk down here, Marie-Claude Auger, she's only 1 point behind in second place. Marie, how did you feel about your day this afternoon heading into tomorrow?
Was a great day, and was great to drive with the woman, and I will see them tomorrow. So I will try to beat Natasha. So it's awesome.
It's going to be fun. We want to mention Karen Allen from Ontario Racing is here, and they've produced these wonderful custom-made Ontario Racing Championship Women's Driving Championship bags that she's here to present with each of the ladies' names. Ontario Racing, a huge reason why this event happened this afternoon. Without their support, it just wasn't possible. So thank you to them. Thank you to our sponsor at OLG. And of course, tune in tomorrow at Dresden Raceway to see part 2 of who is going to be the champion of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship.
So once again, ladies and gentlemen, a big thank you to everybody helping make today a very special day as we kicked off the inaugural OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Thanks to all the participants and all the sponsors, everybody involved. And you can continue to bid in our online auction until 6 p.m. this evening. Go to hanoverraceway.com. 100% of the proceeds going to the Canadian Cancer Society for cervical cancer. Coming up next, it's race number 8. The horses are making their way onto the track. This afternoon's 8th race is the Prospect Series for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Number 1, Words Escape Me. Gelded son of Art Speak, owned by Scott McNiven, Thomas Broadhurst, Donald Douglas, and Shirley Griffin. Trained by Scott McNiven, the driver is Travis Henry. Number 2 will parade last. And also parading later on will be number 3. So next we'll move on to number 4, Azure Beach. Sunshine Beach colt, owned by Patrick Dillon, trained by Rob Fellows. The driver is Trevor Henry. Number 5, 2 Drinks Ago. Your Nemesis colt, owned by Heather Pickett and Christopher Jewett. Heather Pickett trains. The driver is Tyler Moore. Number 6 is Book Solid, a sports writer colt, owned by Louis Gregg and Vicky Gregg. Louis Gregg trains. The driver is Ryan Holiday. And then we've got 2 more competitors to take a look at in just a moment. Let's start now with number 2, Shanghai Kai, gelded son of Shanghai Phil, owned by Kim McNiven and Don Douglas. Scott McNiven trains. Natasha Day does the driving. And number 3 is Sports Surge, a gelded son of sports writer, owned by Brenda Selwyn Waxman and Tess Waxman. Isaac Waxman trains, and the driver is Louis-Philippe Waugh. That's your field of 6 for this afternoon's 8th race. This is the Jane Balor Appreciation Pace. We'll have a special presentation for Jane coming up after the 8th race. Prospect Series First Division for a purse of $7,100. Leg 2 of the Prospect Series for Ontario sired 2-year-olds. Less than a minute remaining on the countdown clock as we get set for race number 8. 3-5 favorite is number 5, 2 Drinks Ago. The Heather Pickett trainee won his career debut back on July 9th at Grand River Raceway, taking the first leg of the Prospect Series. A 3-length winner in 2 minutes and 2/5. It's a homebred for Pickett and Jewett. A Your Nemesis colt, 2 Drinks Ago, off that strong debut victory, taking much of the support. Rail starter Words Escape Me was also a winner in the first round of the Prospect Series. Got up to win by a neck. A 33-1 upset winner. This gelded son of Art Speak, one of 2 starters for trainer Scott McNiven. Travis Henry drives once again. And number 3, Sports Surge, 3-1 on the board. Co-second choice. Louis-Philippe Waugh, one of the top drivers in Canada. Here to drive a horse that he co-owns in the second Prospect Series division. Picks up the drive here on the Isaac Waxman trainee. This one tried the grassroots last time, finished 9th. Now drops down here to the Prospect Series. And of course, strong connections with the 4, Azure Beach, is Trevor Henry. You don't have to talk about his resume around here. He steers this Rob Fellows trainee. So it should be a good one here for race number 8 as the starting gate's moving into position. Field of 6, the Jane Balor Appreciation Pace. And we'll have a special presentation for Jane coming up after the 8th race. And we look forward to recognizing her in just a little bit. Starting gate now rolling for the 8th. Final call for wagers. So the starting gate is now rolling, and from the inside out, we've got Words Escape Me, Travis Henry, Shanghai Kai, Natasha Day, Sports Surge, Louis-Philippe Waugh, Azure Beach, Trevor Henry, 2 Drinks Ago, Tyler Moore, and Book Solid, Ryan Holiday. It's a 6-pack for race number 8, Prospect Series, First Division, second leg. Starting gate to the top of the stretch. Rookie Pacers picking up speed, and here they come. They're off and pacing 2 Drinks Ago. Gets the first call. Driving out of there for Tyler Moore. It is 2 Drinks Ago to the front. Book Solid, the next door neighbor, also comes away well on the outside. Sports Surge gets away there in second. Then we go about 3 lengths back to Shanghai Kai in 4th. The rail starter Words Escape Me got away in 5th. And Azure Beach is on the outside of that rival at the back and went off stride. So they race to the opening quarter, and 2 Drinks Ago is in control. 2 Drinks Ago, the favorite, leading it at 4-5, coming to the opening quarter, which is up on the board in 29-3. So they'll drive into the turn, and 2 Drinks Ago leads it by nearly 2 lengths. Sports Surge is racing in second, then in third is Book Solid, followed fourth by Words Escape Me, Shanghai Kai, and Azure Beach made a quick break, but resets as they come off the turn and into the stretch for the first time. It is 2 Drinks Ago, the leader. Looking to double up in the Prospect Series. 2 Drinks Ago leading Sports Surge coming to the half. Book Solid is in third, Shanghai Kai 4th. Azure Beach is now into 5th, and Words Escape Me is at the rear of the field. The half was 101-1. So 2 Drinks Ago. It's got 1 lap to go and opens up an advantage of 3 lengths. Sports Surge, maybe having a little bit of difficulty with the turns there in second. Book Solid is in third, Shanghai Kai in 4th. Azure Beach remains on the outside 5th, and Words Escape Me is back there 6th. 2 Drinks Ago, all by himself up front here, and he's racing to 3/4. Sports Surge starting to inch a little closer. 3/4 time, 1:30-2. A 29-1 third quarter there, and 2 Drinks Ago looks to close this one out. 2 Drinks Ago. Sports Surge in second. Book Solid is third. Shanghai Kai to the outside 4th. Words Escape Me up the inside is off stride 5th. And Azure Beach at the back into the stretch. The leader continues to be 2 Drinks Ago. Sports Surge is coming on the outside trying to make things close. But 2 Drinks Ago gets the bill and finds the winner's circle once again. 2 Drinks Ago takes it in 2 minutes and 2/5. Top 4 posted here in race number 8 unofficially. The winner number 5, 2 Drinks Ago. Second number 3, Sports Surge. Third number 6, Book Solid. And fourth number 2, Shanghai Kai. 5, 3, 6, 2, your unofficial top 4 in the 8th. 2 minutes and 2/5. Two Drinks Ago is now a 2-time winner, 2 for 2 to start the career for this 2-year-old colt by your nemesis. Back-to-back wins in the Prospect Series, and both recorded in 2 minutes and 2/5. 2 Drinks Ago is a homebred for Heather Pickett and Christopher Jewett. Pickett the trainer, Tyler Moore the winning driver. As mentioned, now 2 for 2. Earnings jump up to $7,100. And a popular winner here today in the first of 2 Prospect Series divisions. Today's 8th race, the Jane Balor Appreciation Pace. And a wonderful group in the winner's circle here for the presentation. Joining the winner 2 Drinks Ago. So there, the price is posted here for the 8th race. Number 5, 2 Drinks Ago, returns $360, $320, $290. The 3 Sports Surge, $390, $310, and the 6 Book Solid, $430. $2 Exacta paid $19.30. Dollar Try paid $51.85, and the Dollar Super paid $175.40. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we direct your attention to the infield winner's circle for a special presentation. Today's 8th race was the Jane Balor Appreciation Pace, and for those of you at Hanover Raceway and racing across Ontario, Jane is a very familiar face. In 1982, Jane started as a Standardbred Canada field rep at Orangeville Raceway, and over the years has worked at just about every track in Southern Ontario, including Hanover Raceway for the past several years. In addition to her Standardbred Canada job for 38 years, Jane has been involved in many different facets of Standardbred racing. She has been an owner, trainer, groom, starting gate driver, charter, worked at horse sales, driven in races, and Jane has been a tireless volunteer for our industry. In 2020, she was awarded the Ruth Herbert Horsewoman Award. Since her retirement, Jane has been able to spend more time with her daughter, Crystal, and precious grandchildren, Jacob and Jolyn. Although we wish her well in all her future endeavors, Jane is greatly missed by our race office staff and all the horsemen and women that she has worked with over the years. Joining Jane for a presentation of an original Michelle Hogan artwork as a token of our appreciation here at Hanover Raceway. Joining her is our own Gail Murray, Standardbred Canada's Val Boom, longtime colleague and friend Karen Hover, along with Nancy Mills and Karen Hargrave. Jane, thank you from all of us for all of your tireless efforts over the years. And congratulations. Here's a rundown from race number 8. Number 1, Words Escape Me was 5th. Number 2, Shanghai Kai 4th. Number 3, Sports Surge was 2nd. Number 4, Azure Beach was 6th. The 5-2, Drinks Ago, the winner. And number 6, Book Solid was 3rd. 5-4-2, 6-1-3. The final time was 2 minutes and 2/5. Coming up next is race number 9. It kicks off our late double. Trotters for this afternoon's 9th race are on the track. Number 1 is Ann Jackson. Listowel Livestock Limited owns, Dave Holliday trains, and Ryan Holliday does the driving. Number 2 is the Reigns of Titan, owned by Ezra Andy Miller, trained by Marisha Miller. The driver is Tyler Moore. Number 3 is Thor Seelster. Natalie Elliott is the owner-trainer. The driver is Travis Henry. Number 4, gotta get me some of that, is owned by Janice Hubbard, who also trains. Pat Keach is in the sulky. Number 5, Levex Muscle Girl, is owned by Dennis Hanneth and Dean Hanneth. Dave Holliday trains. Colin Kelly drives. 6, Wind Creek, is owned and trained by Katie Graham. The driver is Jay Harris. Number 7, Archway Lucky, is owned by William Checkley, trained by George Henry. Wayne Henry drives. And to complete the field, number 8 is Heineken Seelster. Glenn Lindsay owns, Don Lindsay trains, and Trevor Henry is in the sulky. That's your field of 8 for this afternoon's 9th race, kicking off our late double. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering also available. Trotters for the 9th. We'll go to the gate in just a few minutes.
Hey everyone, Steve Fitzsimmons with Monique Veg, and what a pleasure to work with Monique this afternoon. She's done an awesome job. And we look at this race upcoming as a non-winners of 1,000 condition trot. Monique Veg, which way are you going in this one? What do you like?
So I wish I had a stronger read on here, and I know I was a little bit of trash talk with you and getting your selection in for this race, but I went with the 6, Wind Creek. Now, this is someone who has a bunch of sub-2-minute miles, which I think is going to really bode well here, and definitely versatile, can win in any which way. Flauns wins on the front end, from off the pace, so I'm hoping, regardless of the trip, I would love to see this one involved early on, and my Mohawk faithful always comes through with me with that same top pick.
Well, there you go. Yeah, well, you're a fantastic handicapper, but I'm going to go in a different direction. I'm a guy from Arthur, Ontario, and I look at number 7, Arch Wee Lucky, and it's trained by George Henry, who is somebody I know very well. His son was my best friend growing up, so I'm going to hope that out of post 7 that Arch We Lucky can contend with post 7 okay. He did win the Prospect Final at Grand River on September 25th. So we'll look for that and see if Arch We Lucky at 11-1 can score here in race number 9. Good luck with your selections.
Two-minute warning has been issued for the 9th race. Less than 2 minutes away from race number 9. Starter has summoned the trotters for the 9th race to the starting gate. Final call for race 9 wagers. Final chance to get in on the late double. Field of 8 on the trot to wrap up our look at trotters today. Our final race will be another Prospect Series division for 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. 4-5 on Heineken Sealster starting from the 2nd tier. A winner of 130,000 life, 17 wins. The veteran looking to land in a spot to get off the schneid. We'll see if he can get his 2nd win of the season. Starting gate now rolling. From the inside out, it's Ann Jackson, Ryan Holiday, the reins of Titan, Tyler Moore. Thor Sealster, Travis Henry, got to get me some of that, Pat Keach. Levex Muscle Girl, Colin Kelly. Wind Creek, Jay Harris. Archweed Lucky, Wayne Henry. And from the 2nd tier, Heineken Sealster and Trevor Henry. It's post time for race number 9. Well back is number 5, Levex Muscle Girl. Starting gate into the stretch. Trotters picking up speed. And here they come. Also off stride, number 8, Heineken Sealster. He'll regroup as they're off and trotting. Got to get me some of that. Is blasting out to the early lead. Into the first turn, the reins of Titan is 2nd. Thor Sealster on the outside 3rd, followed by Archwee Lucky from that outside starting spot. And Jackson gets away in mid-pack. Then we go to Wind Creek. Heineken Sealster will get away in 7th. And then well back to Levex Muscle Girl. It's just not that one's day. A 2-length advantage up front here for Got to Get Me Some of That coming to the opening quarter. And at 14-1 shows the way to the opening quarter. It's up on the board in 29-2. Got to Get Me Some of That leading by a length and a half over the reins of Titan. Racing in 3rd is Thor Sealster. And Jackson is in 4th on the outside. Wind Creek looking to advance and is going to fetch out some cover now. Inside is Archwee Lucky, and Heineken Sealster is going to end up about almost 4th over here. So they're going to have to do a lot of work as they come into the stretch for the first time. Got to Get Me Some of That leading the way. Got to Get Me Some of That up top here through an opening quarter of 29-2, trying to dictate the tempo, coming to the half with some pressure now coming from Thor Sealster on the outside, who's up to the wheel. 1 minute and 4/5, so got a bit of a second quarter breather there as they go into the turn, and they'll race by 5/8. The leader has Got to Get Me Some of That. Right in behind is the Reigns of Titan. On the outside, Thor Sealster loses a little ground coming off the turn. Now going 3 deep. A big move from Ann Jackson and Ryan Holiday. Wind Creek will likely follow to the inside. Arch We Lucky and Heineken Sealster is about 6 lengths from the front. They're going to 3/4. Got to get me some of that by 1.5 lengths. The Reigns of Titan has been following throughout. Going for that big 3-wide move was Ann Jackson. 4 wide is Wind Creek. And now maybe even 5 wide is Heineken Sealster. We'll see if they can get into it. Meanwhile, up front, got to get me some of that, was by 3/4 in 1:30.4. The Reigns of Titan slips to the outside. Wind Creek will have to find a little more. Heineken Sealster will try to sweep on by them. They're into the stretch. Got to get me some of that. The Reigns of Titan, Wind Creek far outside. Heineken Sealster up the rail. Arch We Lucky. Check out this finish. Arch We Lucky up the pylons to win it. Arch We Lucky in 2:02. A 23-1 upset winner here in the 9th. Number 7, Arch We Lucky. In a wild finish, comes up the cones to take it. A 5 across finish goes to number 7, Arch We Lucky. Sent off as the second longest shot on the board at 23-1. The longest shot on the board, the Reigns of Titan, number 2, finishes second. Third, number 4, got to get me some of that. And fourth, number 6, Wind Creek. 7-2, 4-6, your unofficial top 4 in race 9 as we light up the tote board here in the 9th. Arch We Lucky. Ladies and gentlemen, the inquiry sign has been posted. Judges are going to review the start of number 5, Levesque's Muscle Girl. Hold all tickets. Inquiry looking at number 5, Levesque's Muscle Girl. Meanwhile, back in front of the grandstand and returning to the winner's circle, the winner of this afternoon's 9th race, number 7, Arch We Lucky, a 3-year-old colt by Archangel. Owned and bred by William Checkley of Arthur, trained by George Henry, and driven to victory by Wayne Henry. First win in 4 starts this season. Second career score, 2:02 the time of the mile. Upset victory for Arch We Lucky in race number 9. Arch We Lucky and Wayne Henry take it. Ladies and gentlemen, pertaining to the inquiry, the judge is reviewing this footage, looking at number 5, Levesque's Muscle Girl. Taking a look at the footage, judges determined there was no broken equipment on number 5, Levesque's Muscle Girl before the start. Therefore, the one did receive a fair start. And from the footage reviewed there, Levesque's Muscle Girl also made it inside the fair start pole. So there'll be no changes here. Race 9 will go official in just a moment. Race number 9 is now official. Number 7, Archway Lucky returns 48-20, 12-10, 660. The 2, the Reigns of Titan returns 21-30, 640. And number 4, Gotta Get Me Some of That, returns 730. $2 exacta 7-2, paid $230.90. There were no trifecta tickets with the top 3 selected correctly, so it pays out 7-2 all. $1 payout, $439.40. Same situation for the Superfecta. It comes back 7-2 all, and a $1 winning ticket will score $268.60. We move on now to the 10th and final race on this Saturday afternoon. 10th race, the finale, Prospect Series, 2nd Division, 2nd leg, for Ontario sired 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. Here's the order of finish from race number 9. Number 1, Ann Jackson was 6th. Number 2, The Reigns of Titan, 2nd. Number 3, Thor Sealster, 7th. Number 4, Gotta Get Me Some of That, was 3rd. Number 5, Levex Muscle Girl pulled up and did not finish. Number 6, Wind Creek was 4th. Number 7, Arch We Lucky, the winner. And number 8, Heineken Sealster was 5th. 6:27.3 DNF, 4:15. Time of the mile, 2:02 flat.
Well, who knew I would out-handicap Monique Vag in one race only, but a $48 winner if you listen to me with, and Katie Hillier, we give her credit for that as well, with that $48 winner, Arch We Lucky. Unfortunately, we have to move on to another race, Monique, where we're really going to show the handicapping chops, and it's not going to be me, but you know, you're a great handicapper. What do you like in race number 10 here, the Prospect Series?
I mean, I should just be flipping this back onto you because I'm not going to be having a $43 winner, I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
But for me, I did go the direction of the 2 beach boots, and usually I like to look on the program and try to find some type of reference point, whether it be a horse that's been up against another one before. But this time around, we saw in race number 8, Tyler Moore and trainer Heather Pickett click with a really good-looking one and 2 drinks ago, now 2 for 2 in that one's career. So I'm hoping that they can click once again with beach boots, taking not that much support here, 9-1, and it looks like I'm on an island with my top pick in here. Katie put this one underneath, so hopefully I can steal a little bit of her success from that most recent race and build off that.
Well, that'd be a $20 winner for you if you get that one. I'm going to go with the late Ray Bork daily double, 7-7. So we already have the $48 winner in the first half. But signing bonus, this 2-year-old Shadow Play colt certainly had a really solid effort at Grand River, led to the top of the stretch, was beat just a neck in 2 minutes and 4/5. I like that effort. Certainly from post 7, he'll need that gate speed to get off the gate and forwardly placed. Jay Harris knows this track well. He's drove extremely well here in the past, and I have a feeling that he's going to try to get this one in the top 3 by the first turn. And if he does that, I think he has a big chance to be certainly in top 3, maybe with the win. So let's look for a late 7-7 late double. Monique, it's been a pleasure having you here today. We really appreciate it. And you know, it's been a wonderful day. There's just nothing else I really can say.
It's been incredible, and I mean, everyone's made me feel so, like, everyone's put on such great hospitality, which I love, of course, and the small track atmosphere is something that I love so much, just that intimacy of being so close to the races, being able to hear everything, and of course, the cheering from the fans has definitely made it all that more exciting, and of course, the friendly rivalry between all of our female drivers. We love that, and we encourage that for tomorrow.
It was no holds barred today, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. It's going to be fun tomorrow, so tune into DresdenRaceway.ca tomorrow, and it's going to be more fun, but good luck with your selections in the Prospect Series for race number 10.
All right, fans, we just got a look at the Pacers as they came by the grandstand. Let's go through the field. Number 1 is River Cruise, a better than Cheddar colt, owned and bred by Nora Parks. Paul Reed trains, Ryan Holiday will drive. 2 is Beach Boots, a Sunshine Beach colt, owned by Stephen and Marilyn Gillard, along with Heather Pickett. Pickett trains, Tyler Moore drives. Number 3 is Beacon Sealster. Bill Donovan, Louis-Philippe Waugh, Purnell, and Libby LLC are the owners on this sports rider colt. Richard Moreau trains, Louis Waugh drives. Number 4, La Playa Deo is owned by Dr. Ian Moore, Hudson Standardbred Stable, Conrad Lieber, and Michael Goldberg. This Sunshine Beach colt is trained by Dr. Ian Moore and driven by Dale Spence. 5 is Senior Rider, gelded son of sports writer, owned by Kim McNiven, Tom Broadhurst, Doug Haywood, and Don Douglas. Scott McNiven trains, and Travis Henry drives. Number 6, A Fair Somewhere, is a Lion Somewhere colt, owned and bred by Elizabeth and Alan Fair. Alan Fair trains, Trevor Henry drives. And to complete the field, the final horse we will meet today is number 7, Signing Bonus, a Shadow Play colt owned by Greg McNair, Jim Newton, Bloomingwood Farms Limited, and Paul Kidd. Greg McNair trains, and Jay Harris does the driving. That's your field of 7. There are no changes here for race number 10. Prospect Series, 2nd Division, leg number 2 for Ontario Sire 2-year-old pacing colts and geldings. This is also the Tender Pizza Mile, 15-inch round pizza to the winning trainer, as always with the final race on each card here at Hanover Raceway. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering all available. The Rookie Pacers will go to the gate for the finale in just a couple of minutes. And while we have a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you for joining us here today. Just a fantastic day of racing. A historic day as we had the opening round of the inaugural OLG, Ontario Women's Driving Championship. Thanks to everybody that joined us here today. Thanks to those that have supported the cause. Don't forget our online auction wraps up this evening at 6 p.m. You can bid anytime up until then. All money raised will go to the Canadian Cancer Society for cervical cancer. And don't forget to support our friends at Dresden Raceway tomorrow as they play host to the second and final leg of the driving championship. First race post time at the Little Saratoga is 1 p.m. Make sure to check that out. You can watch and wager through hpibet.com. Horses for the finale will be called in a moment. Shout out to our great techs, Curtis McDonald, Johnny Jarneski. Two-minute warning has been issued here for the 10th and final race. Live racing resumes here at Hanover Raceway next Saturday afternoon, July 24th. Make sure to head to hanoverraceway.com once again to register to attend the races. And continue to check our website for any updates as restrictions and anything of that sort continue to change. With a minute remaining on the countdown clock, 3-5, heavy favorite, number 3, Beacon Sealster. Going for the formidable duo of Louis Waugh and trainer Richard Marot. Sports writer Colt tried the grassroots in his career debut. Saddled with an outside starting position, he got away 10th and finished 7th. Moves to the Prospect Series here today, looking to get a maiden-breaking score, grab some confidence early on in his young career. 3-1 on the next-door neighbor, number 4, La Playa Deo, going for trainer Dr. Ian Moore. Driver Dale Spence recently moved to Ontario. Spent the winters working with trainer Dr. Ian Moore. Has been picking up some driving work here in Ontario. He'll sit behind this rookie, as he's done in all of his qualifiers and races to this point. Those are your top two choices. The starting gate begins to roll. Final chance to wager. And it looks like we won't get things going just yet. An equipment issue with number 5, Senior Rider. Driver Travis Henry will wheel that one back towards the track entrance just for an equipment adjustment. Everything taken care of there now with number 5, Senior Rider. And he'll return to the track. Still time to wager on this afternoon's 10th race. So we'll try this again as the wings of the starting gate are open and the rookie pacers will start to move in. No change when it comes to favoritism. Number 3, Beacon Sealster, still 3-5 on the board. 7-2 on the 4, La Playa Deo. And on the outside there, 3-1 on number 7, Signing Bonus. A runner-up in his career debut in the first leg of the Prospect Series, which took place at Grand River Raceway in Elora back on July 9th. So the starting gate is rolling for the Saturday afternoon finale. From the inside out, we have River Cruise, Ryan Holiday, Beach Boots, Tyler Moore, Beacon Sealster, Louis Waugh, La Playa Deo, Dale Spence, Senior Writer, Travis Henry, Affair Somewhere, Trevor Henry, and Signing Bonus with Jay Harris. It's a field of 7. It's last call at Hanover Raceway. Starting gate to the top of the stretch, the rookie pacers are picking up speed, and here they come. They're off and pacing a miscue at the beginning for La Playa Deo. There goes Beacon Sealster out to the front. Beach Boots to the inside will get away in second. Senior Writer to the pylons third. Also making a break went Signing Bonus. He jumped it off going into the first bend. River Cruise got away in fourth, followed by La Playa Deo. Affair Somewhere sixth, and resetting after the first turn break is River Cruise. Beacon Sealster gets command as they straighten up into the backstretch and leads it by 2 lengths. Beach Boots in second, racing third is Senior Writer. Then has a break of 3 lengths going back to River Cruise in fourth. The opening quarter chopped out in 29 3. So they go into the turn, and it's Beacon Sealster, the 4-5 favorite in full control. Beach Boots in second, Senior Writer is third, River Cruise is fourth, and to the outside, La Playa Deo gets the right line tug there from Spence and is moving now up into fourth. Then we go back to River Cruise and Affair Somewhere. They come into the lane for the first time, and they are following Beacon Sealster. Beacon Sealster and Louis Waugh got them back down the second quarter a little bit. 29 3 was the opening quarter, and they went past the half in 101 3, 32 seconds. So the ball is in the court here of Beacon Sealster as they race by 5/8. On the outside, La Playa Deo. Been steppy from the word go, but we'll try and work through it. Inside, Beach Boots is second, and look at this move from River Cruise and Ryan Holiday. 3 wide, sweeping up, and they go right to the front. River Cruise pokes a head up in front, so Beacon Sealster gets the challenge, and he quickly responds as they race towards 3 quarters. Beacon Sealster and River Cruise, these two slugging it out to the third marker in 131 3. La Playa Deo on the outside third. Beach Boots at the inside fourth. Affair Somewhere just 3.5 from the top is in fifth. Going around the final turn, River Cruise maybe with a little bit of a slight advantage. Beacon Sealster is battling, and La Playa Deo is trying to overcome some challenges now. 3 wide into the stretch. Beacon Sealster, River Cruise. Beacon Sealster turns away the rival and will take it. It's Beacon Sealster and Louis Waugh to score. Second was River Cruise. Beach Boots was third, and La Playa Deo fourth. 2-0-1 and 4. Inquiry sign has been posted. Please hold all tickets. Inquiry sign posted. Judges to review the start of number 4, La Playa Deo. Judges to review the break made at the start by number 4, La Playa Deo. Top 4 posted unofficially here in the 10th. Unofficial winner number 3, Beacon Sealster. Second, number 1, River Cruise. Third, number 2, Beach Boots. And fourth was number 4, La Playa Deo, the subject of the inquiry. 3-1-2-4, your unofficial top 4 in race number 10. Time of the mile was 2:01 and 4. Coming back to the winner's circle, the winner of the 10th and final race, Prospect Series 2nd Division, number 3, Beacon Sealster, 2-year-old colt by Sports Rider, owned by Bill Donovan, Louis-Philippe Waugh, Purnell and Libby LLC, trained by Richard Moreau, and driven to victory by Louis-Philippe Waugh. Beacon Sealster, maiden breaking score, second start of the young career for this rookie, stops the clock in 2:01 and 4, turns away the rivals there in the back half, and gets the job done as the favorite in the finale. Here's a look at the start once again. Number 4, La Playa Dale, rolled off stride there at the beginning. Judge is looking to see if there was any violations of the braking rule committed by number 4, La Playa Dale, the unofficial 4th place finisher. Judges have determined there was no violations of the braking rule committed by number 4, La Playa Dale. Results will stand as posted. 3-1-2-4 in race number 10. Race 10 is official. Number 3, Beacon Sealster returns 373, 22.30. The 1, River Cruise, 17.10, 6.30. And the 2, Beach Boots, was 3.20. $2 Exacta paid $31.60. $1 Try, $102.45. $1 Super paid $279 and change. $1 Pick 3, 3 of 3 paid $80.40. And the late double, 7-3. The combo pays $42.80. That'll conclude live racing from Hanover Raceway for this Saturday afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to support our friends at Dresden Raceway tomorrow with the second round of the OLG Ontario Women's Driving Championship. First race post time at Dresden is 1 p.m. You can watch and wager through hpibet.com. Live racing resumes a week from today here at Hanover. First race post time, as always, is 1:30 p.m. For our general manager, Steve Fitzsimmons, and all the staff here at Hanover Raceway, we wish you a good Saturday evening. This is Mark McKelvey, and we'll talk to you again soon from Hanover.